Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the...
Since you've been gone,
Whoa, honey.
This mic is too high. Drop it, drop it, drop it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I just been living la vida bankroll. How the saying go? Got it flooded to my ankles. Need a raincoat.
Pair of boots and a dang bow. Gotta stay flow. I might pull up in a stagecoach playing Beethoven.
Whoa.
Didn't think that it would work.
Now they coming out the woodwork.
Built up my own platform.
Could say I'm in the woodwork.
Made the song go viral.
Probably off some footwork.
Well, either that or the hook work.
Always think of the hook first.
Now I gotta
Make a bag just to keep the lights on. I'm on your desktop, I'm an icon.
They say, icon, could you put a price on? I said, I ain't selling nothing, these are my songs. Been in my bag, got a satchel pack, give me a chance.
Acid rap,
Carry the weight, no fragile bag, fact to cap.
that's a fact.
Even my cap a Snapple fact.
Me and my gang like Rascal Flats.
Graduated like tassel hats, back to back.
I just been living la vida bankroll. How the saying go? Got it flooded to my ankles. Need a raincoat.
Pair of boots and a dang bow. Gotta stay flow. I might pull up in a stagecoach playing Beethoven.
Whoa.
How you going off like that? Off-white kicks and an off-white hat. Ain't start like that, but them things just dirty. Lot to unpack like I just got back. I could say hi, but it's just too
Fly
flirty.
bye, got a bird in the cinema. Live it up clouds. That's when I kick it up. Fill it up. What tank ain't big enough? Eyes on me, so I gotta make a bag just to keep the lights on. I'm on your desktop. I'm an icon.
They say, icon, could you put a price on? I said, I ain't selling nothing, these are my songs.
No way.
Make a bag.
Hell yeah.
Make a bag.
Hell yeah.
Make a bag.
Hell yeah.
Make a bag.
Hell right.
Make a bag.
Hell yeah.
Make a bag.
Hell right.
Make a bag.
Hell yeah.
Make a bag.
Hell right. My friends feel it's their appointed duty. They keep trying to tell me all you want to do is use me. But my answer ain't all that use me stuff. I want to spread the news that if it feels it's good getting used, oh, you just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. My brother sit me right down and he talked to me. He told me that I ought not to let you just walk on me. And I'm sure he meant well. Yeah, but when I talk was through, I said, brother, if you only knew, you'd wish that you were in my shoes. You just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. Sometimes that's true, you really do abuse me. You get me in a crowd of high-class people, and then you act real rude to me. till you use me up. Talking about you, little people, it all depends on what you do. It ain't too bad the way you using me, 'cause I sure am using you to do the things you do. How to do the things you do. Will you hold the line when every one of them is giving up and giving in? Tell me, in this house of mine, nothing ever comes without a consequence of cost. Tell me, will the stars align? Will heaven step in? Will it save us from our sin? Will it? 'Cause this house of mine stands strong. That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. And you're standing on the edge, face up, 'cause you're a natural. A beating heart of stone. You gotta be so cold to make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life control. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Will somebody let me see the light within the dark trees shadowing what's happening? Looking through the glass, find the wrong within the past, knowing we are the youth. Caught until it bleeds out of world without the peace, facing a bit of the truth. The truth. That's the price you pay. Leave behind your heart and cast away. Just another product of today. Rather be the hunter than the prey. And you're standing on the edge, face up, 'cause you're a natural. A beating heart of stone. You gotta be so cold to make it in this world. Yeah, you're a natural. Living your life control. You gotta be so cold. Yeah, you're a natural. Deep inside me, I'm fading to black. I'm fading. Took an oath by the blood in my hand. Won't break it. I can taste it. The end is upon us. I swear I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
Instruction partners, we're getting ready to start camp. Camp begins in 1 minute. Find your housemates. Get with your house. Camp begins in 1 minute. If you're standing, you should be walking towards your seats. We love that you're seeing your camp friends from near and far. Camp begins in 45 seconds. If you're standing, you should be walking to your seat. Instruction partners, camp begins in 30 seconds. Let's get to our seats. Camp begins in 25 seconds. We're counting it down. There's still time to build your spirit. You're welcome. All right. Who's A? It's on. I'm going to mute it when I get back in there, but it is on right now. Both of them are on. Yours is muted, and we'll turn it on when we come in. But I was just telling people to get ready, so that one is actually up. Gotcha. So, now go back in. Okay. Yeah.
You take me to the top, I'm ready for whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I'll do what it takes.
Welcome, everyone, to Instruction Partners Does Camp 2024 Retreat. As we sit by this campfire, let me take you on a journey of dreams, determination, and dedication. This is the story of Instruction Partners. Once upon a time, in 2011, Emily Freitag moved to Nashville, Tennessee, where she worked tirelessly leading statewide trainings for educators and witnessing firsthand the significant growth in student achievement possible when leaders had the right tools and conditions at their disposal. Driven by a passion for high-quality instruction, a belief in the power of shoulder-to-shoulder support, and a thirst for equity, Emily and co-founder Luke Kolmus began their quest to establish a nonprofit dedicated to increasing access to high-quality instruction for students everywhere. And so, in 2015, Instruction Partners was born with the name D2D. Luke and Emily gathered a team of passionate educators, some of whom sit in this very room today. Their journey was not without challenges, long drives, late-night calls, bumps, mistakes, and moments of doubt. But their commitment never wavered. As the organization grew, so did its impact, from small rural districts to large cities across the country. Instruction Partners became a beacon of support and connection in the world of education. They developed a scalable business model, providing on-site and virtual support and adapting to the needs of each unique community. As the work continued, Instruction Partners deepened its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Prioritizing students in poverty, students of color, multilingual learners, and students with disabilities, Instruction Partners embraced the challenge of advancing equity in education. The COVID-19 pandemic tested their resolve, but the team quickly adapted, creating new initiatives to support partners in a changing world. Despite the changes, their dedication to improving student achievement never faltered. Today, Instruction Partners stands as a testament to what can be achieved with big-heartedness, optimism, honesty, practicality, and a love of learning. Their vision is clear. All students should experience an excellent education that prepares them to contribute to their community, advance economic security, and pursue their dreams. As we gather here at this summer camp, let us remember the spirit of our journey. Together, we will learn, grow, and bond. Welcome to Instruction Partners Does Camp.
Let's go! What up, campers? How are we feeling, campers? Woo!
I know, we got a little exercise in so we can be ready to run around, but we're breathing.
We're breathing. We are breathing. Oh, thank you everyone for that warm introduction. I am Tom Haggerty on our business systems team and one of your camp directors today.
Woo! And I am Tamika Davis. I am a CL on Cluster 1. Cluster 1, but I still have love for Cluster 5 and all my clusters. You guys are all deep in my heart.
Lots of cluster love. Lots of cluster
life.
love. Woo! All right. Next slide, please. That's me again. Next slide, please.
Very handsome. Very handsome, Tom. Very handsome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
Now we're starting. Now.
Now we are ready. All right, so, you know what we need? Like every good camp.
What is that, Tom?
We need to get us started with an opening chant.
Yes.
Are you all ready for an opening chant?
Woo!
Okay, campers. So this is something that we're going to do every morning to get us energized, to get that blood pumping. So what we need from all of you is to stand up. Stand up. Okay.
Is everyone standing?
Everybody's standing up.
I'm on stage, so I can see you in the back now. So, got everybody.
Okay. Are you ready for the camp chant? I said, are you ready for the camp chant? All right. So, to get us started with the camp chant, we first need you to give us a beat. So let's get us started with that beat. It is quite all right. All right, you ready for that beat?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Ready? Very strong, very strong. I like it. All right, Tamika, you ready to get us started?
I am so ready.
Here we go. Snap, crackle, pop. Snap, crackle, pop.
I can't beat the rock you strap.
When we say instruction, you say partners. 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 When we say orange, you say blue. Blue. When we say camp, you say woo. Woo. Good job, everybody. All right, Tamika, how you feel? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Hey,
whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey.
We don't sit. We don't
Hey.
sit yet.
You've only been standing for like 1 minute now.
All right. Yeah. Tamika, how you feeling? How you feeling right now?
You know, I'm feeling good. I woke up with like all this energy.
I woke up with a lot of energy as well. Had a lot of coffee.
Some people were already ready to sit,
Yeah.
so I don't think
That's
the
a
room has
problem.
enough energy.
I don't think they do either. What could we do to get some more energy into this room?
You know,
There's a lot of first day camper jitters,
yeah.
you know? A lot of first day camper jitters.
you know what I think is the universal language?
What?
A song.
A song. Are you guys
A
ready
song.
for a camp song?
Song.
Malika, are you ready for a camp song?
Woo!
Hakan, are you ready for a camp song? Emily, are you ready for a camp song? All right, let's do it. All right. So to get us started, this is going to be a repeat after me song, okay? A lot of the songs we're going to do this week are repeat after me songs. So it's easier to do. Okay? So, when I say words, all you have to do is repeat those words. Nice and easy, right? Okay? So let's get us started with some practice, right? All right. This is a repeat after me song.
This is a repeat after me song.
No. Not strong enough. We're going to try that again. Ready? Here we go. This is a repeat after me song.
This is a repeat after me song.
Also a do as I do song.
This is also a do as I do song.
I said a boom, chicka boom.
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 I said a boom, chicka rocka, chicka rocka, chicka boom.
I said a
Uh-huh.
uh-huh.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
One more time.
Woo!
Muscle man style. I said a boom, chicka boom.
I said a boom, chicka boom.
I said a boom, chicka boom. I said a boom, chicka boom. I said a boom, chicka rocka, chicka rocka, chicka boom.
I said a boom, chicka rocka, chicka rocka, chicka boom.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
One more time.
One more time.
Custodial style.
Custodial style.
I said a broom, sweep a broom.
I said a broom, chicka boom.
I said a broom, sweep a broom.
I said a broom, sweep a broom.
I said a boom, sweep a mop a sweep a mop a sweep a boom.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
One more time.
One more time.
Underwater style.
One more time. I said a boom, chicka boom. I said a boom, chicka rocka. I can't even say it like that. Boom. Uh-huh. Whatever.
One more time.
Really loud!
Really loud!
I said a boom, chicka boom!
I said a boom, chicka boom. I said a boom, chicka rocka, chicka boom. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. No more time. Woo!
I think we're ready.
We're ready now.
I think we're ready.
We're ready.
Y'all ready?
I'm ready.
They're ready. They're ready.
And just in case, I have my first aid kit here.
I might need that.
But I can't help with breathing. Only if you get like bee stings or some sunblock or stuff like that. But I got you. I'm ready for you. You guys can sit for like a minute.
What we got next, Tamika? What we got next?
Well, Tom, I heard some great voices.
I did. I heard a lot of great voices out there.
We heard these chants. We had a nice song.
A lot of great stuff.
And I heard like some of our houses have some chants or songs for us
Our
tomorrow.
houses? What are these
So
houses?
we don't have to do the work though tomorrow. We don't have to do the work.
We don't have to do the work.
No,
Okay.
So, for those who don't know, we have this thing called Slack. Some of you all mute it.
Heard of it? I've heard of it.
Hey, I know who you are who mute it. But if you haven't, you've been hearing about houses in these Slacks.
Do we have some camp houses in the house? Where my houses at? Where my houses at? Tell me a little bit more about these houses, Tamika.
Every great camp has houses. Whether you stay at a sleepover camp or a day camp, you have a house. And our houses are working together to win some points this year.
Points?
Yes.
What are these points for?
They're for prizes.
Prizes. Ooh.
Yes, prizes.
Do we have fans of prizes in the house? That's okay.
And these prizes are not cheap. And if you like to shop like me, like to accessorize,
Yes, I do.
These prizes have some money value to it.
Ooh, I love to hear it.
So you win points throughout the week, and we'll get more into that. But did you also know you get points from being in here on time?
You get point for just being on time?
Yeah, just for being on time.
A lot of people that didn't get points today.
A lot of people didn't get points today.
A lot of people. We are already 30 minutes over.
But we love you. We love you.
We do.
We love you.
We do.
So you know what? Let's recognize these houses.
Let's get these houses recognized, Tamika.
When you see your house on the screen, I want you to stand up. I want you to yell and cheer.
Yell and cheer.
And you know what? I think we need to start with the best house.
Start with the best? Ooh, you got some allegiance.
No.
Whoa.
Where my Blood Bowl Eagles? Woo! Yeah! Woo! The best house! Yeah! The Blood Bowl! Yeah!
Gold Eagles, where my blue bats at? Woo! How we feeling, blue bats? How we feeling? Ah! Yes, Jay! Who's next?
Shout out to our bluebirds! Woo! Hey, bluebirds! Tell me something about a bluebird.
Tweet.
Okay, I got this.
Where my cyan coyotes at? You can't have printer ink without cyan. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm great.
He's doing great. Who we got next?
Where are our star friends here? Woo! Yeah! Okay. And if you guys have your field guide, it says
Those are some good costumes.
you guys roam gracefully. So I hope to see you roaming gracefully. Remember your little handouts, guys. Remember your little handouts.
Who next? Oh, we ran out of colors here. The Eggplant Eagles. Where my eggplant eagles at? Let me hear you, eggplant eagles. Okay.
They don't got nothing. Where are my pink pigeons? Woo! Yeah! Okay.
Love it. Love
You
it.
have to tell me about this outfit.
Pink pigeon outfit?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's awesome.
Beautiful, beautiful. Who we got next? Red raccoons. Where my trash pandas at? How we feeling? How we feeling? Yeah!
Okay, so I usually don't like to go by skunks, but if you're gonna bring me some good luck, Shamrock skunks, let me see ya.
Where my shamrock?
Oh yeah, I'm running. I'm getting over there. Wait. How are you guys gonna bring me luck this week?
We're gonna be glamorous.
Oh, yeah, glamming. Yeah.
I love it. And last but not least, where my tangerine turtles? How we feeling, Malika?
I'm feeling turtley.
Woo! All right, let's hear it for all the camp houses. Woo! Okay. Energy's good. Energy's good.
And we're going to keep that energy going.
Let's keep that energy going because we have a lot of people to celebrate.
Woo! So this past year, we have had a lot of team members with some great life things happening. Things is like the best word I have right
Great
now.
life things.
So when you see your name and when we call your greatness, we want you to stand up, be recognized, because we have some lavish prizes for you that you can only get here.
Lavish
you can only get here in this room right now.
But you got to stand up. You got to stand up so that the retreat committee can give you your beautiful prizes.
So if you have gotten a new home within this year, please
Where are my new
stand
home
up.
people?
Woo!
My new homies. How's that mortgage? You
yes. Your name is on the thing. Woo! Yes.
Renovation.
Renovations count. Because renovations cost money
Renovation,
too.
they cost money too.
They cost money.
Got the home equity loan and all that. All right. Where are my people who put a ring on it or have committed to put a ring on it? A new relationship, people. Kate, we know you're excited about this.
Woo!
Sure am.
Nice.
Hey, Aunt Panza, did you get your prize? Oh, stand up, girl. You gotta
Stand up till you got your prize.
Oh!
And Ponza, I didn't know that.
I know. Brand new today.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
oh.
We got to slack more often.
Whew. Now, what I love the most, I will watch these beautiful babies, but I'm going to give them back to you. So if you had a new baby this year, please
New baby! Where my new baby people at?
Woo! All the baby love! Auntie Tamika will babysit.
Number 3, Elizabeth, right? Number 3. All right, what do we celebrate next? Some graduations. Where my people putting in the work after work? Emily and Adrian.
And who would you like to congratulate for helping you get through this, or who say thank you to?
My nanny.
Woo!
Nannies are important. Nannies are important.
Okay. And
I missed someone.
no, you're good. You're good. You got them.
Now, we added something so your names may not be on the screen. But if you have anything with your family that you would like to celebrate, if someone is in good health right now, that's a cause for celebration. If you had a grandchild, great-grandchild, godchild, a child that you just love and care for into your life, that's a great celebration. If your partner has had a celebration, maybe a promotion, maybe a degree, and they're not here right now.
Graduation from the
Celebrate.
military. Something like that.
Anything.
Yeah, a lot of
Stand up.
Stand up if you got something to celebrate.
Stand up, stand up.
If you got something to celebrate. That's right, new grandbaby.
Grandbaby.
Well, the years start
Grandbaby
coming
number 2.
and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running.
They have their own good health. Their own good health. Stand up. Who has their own good health? Stand up.
much to celebrate. So much to celebrate.
You're a rock star. Get the show on.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't end there, folks. We got more celebrations. We are now going to recognize everyone's tenure at Instruction Partner, because we got some folks here that have been here for a long time.
Long time.
And we need to celebrate that. We need to celebrate that. So, to get us started with the celebration, we first need to, now we're not going to call everybody's name, but we first need to specially recognize the people who have started in the last few weeks. So if you have started in the last few weeks, go ahead and stand up. Emily, Richard, Sierra, and Kenneth. Give it up for our new recruits.
Now, if this is your initial year, you started between September 23 and August 24, please stand up. Please stand up.
Stand
please
up.
Stand up.
Zero to hero. Zero to hero.
All of these beautiful faces. I love it. I love it.
If you started between September 2022 and August 2023, year one people, stand up! Woo, 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 woo! We have some early lit folks, some DISs, partnership data.
Now, if you started between September 21 and August 2022.
Year two.
And if you forgot, just look at the screen.
Just look at the
Please
screen.
stand
If you
up.
can't remember,
Please
look at the
stand up. Please stand
screen. All right, if you started between September 2020 and August this was a tough time. September 2020
But it's a great time.
to
Look at
August
those
2021. Year three people, stand up! Woo! You made it through. You made it through.
Now, September 2019 through August 2020, you're going into year, well, you've been here for 4 years, going into year 5. Please stand up.
Year 4. Woo-woo-woo! Our veterans, Dr. Jabari, Hamza, Sarah, Jose. All right, now this slide is very special. We are going to have these people stand up, but we've got a special celebration, because when you make it to year 5 here at Instruction Partners, that's a big milestone. So let's first have these folks stand up and be recognized. Our people that started from September 2018 to August 2019, our year 5 veterans, stand up. Take a picture. Remember these folks. Carla, I love to see it. Leslie, Maggie. It's my boss. Hey, boss. All right, go ahead. We're gonna have you guys come back up later for some very special prizes.
Now, going into year 6, 2017 of September through August 2018. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Year 6, JT, Kelsey, Ben, Michael, Charlotte, Malika, Liza. Woo! All right, our old fogies, year 7.
Tom, is this your year?
This is my year. Yes. I have my jersey packed upstairs. I wear it once a year. All right. If you started between September 2016 and August 2017, year 7, folks, stand up! Vanessa, Elizabeth, Christina, and Julie!
Woo! Now, these are
The
some
OGs.
of my
That's right,
favorite
JT, the
people.
OGs.
Our pioneers. I'm going to go slow
Still
just so
kicking.
you can look at the names. Just look at these names.
If you are our camp pioneers, our very first campers,
Yes.
stand up.
Emily, William,
Emily, William, Heather, and Rebecca! Oh, all right. So, like we said.
Oh, wait, but did you see Heather and Rebecca like waving from across the room?
Yes. Work best friends for life. So as we said, we have a very, very special prize to celebrate our 5-year folks. So if you are a 5-year folk, when we call your name, come on up to this stage where you will not get your prize today because it is large and needs to be shipped to you, but we have a model of what you will be receiving. Every year, we get a 5-year gift that matches the theme of the retreat. And this year we have a camp chair. Is that right? Very nice. Very nice. So, starting with LP Poglich! Come on up to the stage! Give it up for LP!
Now, can we bring to the stage Lindsay Lebowitz? Woo!
Lindsay! Woo, 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 woo!
Now, LP, come back. Say.
Ladies and gentlemen, she counts the money, Susan Johnson! Let's go, Susan!
I'm gonna pause. Like, I have to use all my muscle strength to move the podium because we want to see you all. You don't want to see me and Tom. Go to the stage.
Get on up on that
Go to the
stage. Get on up on that stage.
We're celebrating you.
Who we got next, Tamika? Who we got next?
Now we have Leslie Shalito.
Leslie Shalito. A very special teammate back from maternity leave, Melissa Chipman!
If science is your jam, please, and even if it's not your jam, you're going to help me celebrate Jessica Henderson-Rocket!
Woo! All right. Up next, Houston's finest and mother to the next President of the United States, Ty Ingram!
One of my favorite math nerds, who I can always talk cruising and book with, Carla, come on up!
Carla! My Connecticut compatriot. Houston's next finest of many, Maggie Words!
And we're going to keep this Houston love going with the person who teaches me to just say it. Come on, Cammy! Woo!
Cammy! Woo! Cammy!
Woo!
And last but not least, the woman who keeps me employed, Jessica Roberts! Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our 5-year work anniversary teammates. Make sure we get a good picture. Good picture with the crew.
Emily wanted her own picture. She doesn't trust the photography.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, teammates. Enjoy your camping chairs. All right, team, we're keeping the celebrations going. It is very important at Instruction Partners to know who our leadership is, to know who our the fine people are that help steer this ship, right?
Yes.
Keep it all together. Keep it going.
Keep it going.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce every leadership team member, and they too are going to come up onto the stage. But like every year, every leadership team member has a special song that they have picked out to introduce them to this group. So, starting with, are we ready? Tech crowd, are we ready? Tech crowd is ready.
I want to see what we're going to get.
Our first leadership team member, early literacy, it is Annie O'Donnell. Come on up to the stage, Annie.
She a devil, she a bad little, she a rebel, she put her foot to the pedal, it'll take a whole lot for me to settle. Yeah, said my happiness is
Executive Director of Elementary Reading.
This my job don't come with.
Wait, criteria for success. Criteria for success.
Dr. Jabari Sims.
Okay. Criteria for success. Criteria for success.
Give it up for Dr. Jabari.
Got it.
Look at that move.
You make me happy. This you can bear.
Okay.
Up next, the Executive Director of Autonomous Partnerships, Justin G.T. Testament.
Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So
Let me see you move, JT. Let me see you move.
Hey yo, Bo knows this, and Bo knows that, but Bo don't know jack, cause Bo can't rap. Well, what?
You know her as our Executive Director of Engagement, Kelsey Hendricks. Yeah. Woo!
All right. Our Executive Director of Partnership, Design and Support, Shayma Thompson.
That's how I feel. Yeah, bopping for real. Looking like $100 bill. New money. Yeah, bopping for real. And I look like $100 bill.
so clean, looking expensive, looking expensive, looking expensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Chief of Growth and Delivery, overseeing way too many teams, Ben Duncan! Let's go, Ben!
And coming to you, we have Jen Wilson. She was there. Woo! Fire away. Woo! Yeah, Jen.
Let's go, Jen!
I do my hair
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Operating Officer Jack Roberts!
Hair toss, check my nails. Woo! Woo, child, tired of the bullshit.
Oh, they look amazing. And I saw that hair toss from Jess. I don't know.
Malika Anderson. She broke out on the track.
To the cross, he walk around like Tizo.
Look at those moves!
Trying to see Compton. The industry can hate. Marlon, they
All right, and last but not least, our Chief Executive Officer, Emily Freitag! Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for our leadership team!
Yay!
Need you guys to scooch it on in. Scooch it on in for a quick photo.
Oh, quick photo. LT photo.
I told you, Lavette. I told you, Lavette.
Sorry.
I told you, Lavette.
I was really bringing you.
We told you, Lavette.
It's
Lavette Curry,
Lavette
please
Curry,
report to the
everybody.
stage. Lavette Curry.
Beautiful photo. Beautiful photo. All right, now we're passing it over to Emily for a special introduction.
Hey, everyone. I'm very excited while we're here in DC to also have the chair of our board, Rick Cruz, joining us today. I've known Rick for 20 years, and he has been on our board for 6, and he is instrumental to this organization, and I'm so glad you get to be part of the celebration. You should go camping sometime, too.
Okay, we
All
have
right,
seen
campers.
a lot of like amazing, gorgeous faces, some struts. I got some new dance moves I'm
Yes.
going to work on. For my
Everybody
next
is
party.
looking great. They are ready to go.
Ready to
so
go.
we are going to quickly just go over what we all have in store for today. So as you know, we did our opening this morning. We're about to transition to coffee break. The energy's still high.
Is it high?
Hopefully. After we get back from a coffee break, we are going to have our State of the Org brought to you by Emily. After that, we are going to do a special scavenger hunt, which will be an opportunity for all of the houses to win prizes, or excuse me, to win points, that can total towards your total to win the prizes.
Yes.
Yes.
Something like that.
Something like that. After the scavenger hunt, we are going to have lunch, followed by our anti-racism, radical candor, and healthy collaboration session with Dr. Kelly Seaton. After that, we'll do a snack break. We are going to have a fireside chat after that with some very special guests who are coming to talk to us. And then after that, we'll have our closing. And then, as you know, dinner is going to be on your own tonight. And so there's no team dinner. It's all on your own. But after the dinner at 7 o'clock, we will have the camp night, and we will go over that during announcements later.
Yes. So let's talk about our objectives. Some of these I think we hit. I'm going to do like a quick check for
think we did.
understanding. Jeff, my buddy, do you think we started to hit some of those objectives already? We're not done, but do you think so? And if so, which one?
I see some evidence. I've seen some evidence of celebrating one another.
That's right. That's right. We sure did celebrate each other.
Yes. And my good friend Jen, is there another one that you feel that we started that you're seeing some evidence? Maybe we can come up with a theory of action based off how it's going.
As a proud member of the Blue Bats, I feel as
Woo!
though we have built team community and strong connections, as have many of the other houses.
I love that.
Absolutely.
I love that. So
Absolutely.
I think that
Great
evidence
job,
is
Jen.
coming. And as we go through today, we are going to continue to review our year and look ahead at 24-25. We are going to continue to build team and community, and we're going to continue to celebrate each other. What's a retreat without celebrating all the greatness in this room?
Absolutely.
We are going to connect in our identity groups. We are going to learn from some great educators who are guests for us this week, and we are going to learn and practice. Lindsay, where are you? We're going to practice. We're going to learn and practice our 24-25 internal anti-racism and learning strategy. Overall, we just want to come together, learn, fellowship, and grow together.
Nice.
And with that being said, we're a few minutes over, Lavette.
Oh, that's not bad, though.
But we're only slept
That's pretty good for instruction partners.
Yeah, we're good.
So
high five.
we're doing great.
High five.
Great job.
High five. High five.
Shout
Great
out to our camp directors, Tamika and Tom. We're going to keep the break time until 10. So I want you to stretch, do some leg stretches, get your coffee, hydrate yourselves, take deep breaths. But to try to keep us on time, the break is still going to end at 10. And we are going to start the State of the Org. But welcome to Instruction Partners Camp.
that good? You can turn it down then. Put it. Yeah, I feel good. I mean, I feel much better actually. For a bunch of reasons than prior. Sarah, I haven't gotten to give you up yet. Oh. I have to tell you, when your group was like honored, I was like, what a freaking important group.
Here we were. That was so fun.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Still are. I love the earrings. Very, very cute.
I was just in Mexico and we were supposed to wear orange. I was like,
I
think
You're like, I can do that. I can do that. Good morning. Can we test it again? Hello, hello, hello. Is it too, it's not close enough? Hello, hello, hello. It's okay.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a what? Mission, go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Van Gogh. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it. I've been on a mission like totally spice. En mijn baddie, she bad, but she totally nice. Nails are blue en het toes wil ik white. Ik compie niet met jou, dat is zo voor mijn lijk. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why. Yeah, we live, but we destined to die. En je chill it on me, but I'm ending a lie. I'm a lie. En ik voel me net Memphis de paai. En ik jag op de koot in de scene. Moest eigenlijk rennen, we lopen misschien. En ik wil niet eens kijken, mijn ogen die zien. En ze reden niet genoeg dat ik kopen we 10. Move in the beam. Here co-star. I got 5 on my name, I got no star. Come to me just to see how my shows are.
They said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's on it, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, you know I've been on a what mission. Go. Okay, let's get it.
Give me some time to think. I'm in the bathroom looking at me. Facing the mirror is all I need. Wait until the Reaper takes my life. Never gonna get me out alive. I will live 1,000,000,000 lives.
My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Our patience is waning. Is this entertaining?
Got this feeling, yeah, you know, where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Go ahead and throw your stones. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Playing with the stick of dynamite. There was never gray and black and white. There was never wrong till there was right. Feeling like a bullet hurtling. Seeing all the vultures circling. Burning in the flames I'm working in. Turning in the bed it's darkening.
Our patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Our patience is waning. Is this entertaining?
Got this feeling, yeah, you know, where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Go ahead and throw your stones. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. In the mirror of my mind, turning the pages of my life, walking the path so many paced 1,000,000 times. Drown out the voices in the air, leaving the ones that never cared. Picking the pieces up and building to the sky. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Got this feeling, yeah, you know, where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Got this feeling in my soul. Go ahead and throw your stones. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. There goes my I'm hurting, baby. I'm broken down. I need your loving, I need it now. When I'm without you, I'm something weak. You got me begging, I'm on my knees. I don't wanna be needing your love. I just wanna be deep in your love. And it's killing me when you're away.
It's time to come back to the room. The session is starting in 60 seconds.
We're getting started in 60 seconds.
45 seconds.
We got 30 seconds.
22 seconds. If you're standing, you have 15 seconds to get to your seat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lavette did such a good job getting everyone in their seats that I hate to get anybody back out. However, you all know that I love selfies. I have the arm length for them, and so a built-in selfie stick. So every year I like to do one selfie with the whole team. So before I begin this, I'm gonna go stand in that corner. If you're at those two tables, you probably need to like stand up and come this way. If you're way at the back, just come back a little bit. And we're gonna do our group selfie very quickly. I can do it. Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Malika, you are in it, but you are small. Let's see. You like that. Okay. All right. I think I can see everyone. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, say instruction partners. Yay. All right, thank you. I need it for time. Let me just send it to you. All right, thank you all. And by the way, I worked real hard to find a dress that incorporated all of y'all's colors. So I do need to shout out the Black Bald Eagles. And every house in the house. Okay. All right. Every year at the retreat, I do this session called the State of the Organization. And in the past, these have been data deep dives. They've been like 90 minutes. We've had note catchers. It's been, I love nothing more than like a retrospective. I have been told quite clearly that camp is not a place for data deep dives. Now, my love is strong and true, so you will get a report by the end of the month with the data deep dive. However, today we're going to keep it a little bit more simple. And I want to share with you 3 things I'm really proud of in our work together this past year. 2 areas that I hope we will nail in the year to come. And then 1 personal reflection as we start this year. I hope that you leave feeling inspired by what we've accomplished together, feeling really clear on what we're trying to do, and united as a team. We are not going to have time for questions and big discussion. So as we go, we do have a Padlet to catch any questions that you want to make sure that we're capturing, and we will find other channels to bring that, whether it's through the closing or through the team emails. So if everyone wants to take a quick second and scan for this Padlet, I believe it's also in Slack. If there are any questions, it's not working. Okay, check Slack. If there are any questions that come up as I go through this session, comments, thoughts, I want to learn more about, just put them in that Padlet. All right. I'm proud of a lot of things in this past year. It was a really big year, and in some ways it was one of the more challenging years that I think we've navigated at Instruction Partners, and it was a year where I feel like I got to learn a lot as a leader. But of all the things that I am proud of this past year, the first thing I want to shout out is that our support made a difference for our partners. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that again. Our support made a difference. We served 120 partners this past year. 22 custom partners, 6 pilot partners, 85 direct support partners, and 7 state partners. I'm going to flip through the list briefly so you all can just see the school systems, the organizations, and some of the schools and states that we had the honor of working alongside this past year. '85 direct support partners. You know what? Take a second. Just like shout out whoever's on that page you want to shout out that you got to work with this past year. Just go ahead. I know. That kind of worked. And we had 7 state partners. I started Instruction Partners because while I was working at the state of Tennessee, I kept getting these deeply emotional questions from leaders about how to serve their teachers and their students better. And I realized how alone leaders really feel in the work of leading their schools and their school systems, especially around instructional questions. And what I feel when I look at this list of partners and when I look at what our partners are saying about the support they receive from Instruction Partners is that they did not feel alone in the same way. One of the ways we try to understand our partners' experience is by looking at something called a Net Promoter Score, where you look at the promoters and you then subtract out the detractors. It's a common metric that's used across industries and across nonprofits. And Bain, which developed this, says that like getting above a 0 is good, 20 is great, 50 is amazing. Among the leaders that we worked with this past year, our net promoter was a 53. And when you look at all the comments, I read every single comment every year, and there were really 4 themes in what our partners valued. The first was thought partnership. It just comes across over and over again that they feel like there's someone they can talk to about their hardest problems. The second is expertise. They feel like the people they are talking to know things that are helpful to them in their work. The third is the value of the relational, personalized, and adaptive support they feel like they get from Instruction Partners. That too comes across over and over again. And then the fourth is they do value feedback. They value the pushes. They value the mirroring. They value knowing what they can do in a better way. And I am so deeply proud that this team interacted with partners across this country in education in a way that helped them help their teachers and help students. So congratulations to everyone on that work. These are trends, obviously, but the best way to understand our impact is to understand the stories with partners. And so I want to call up to the stage Tina and Delana to tell us about RFK and the experience of partners at RFK. We're getting y'all mics. Come on up. Okay, here's the clicker. There you go. Sorry, gotta do my job.
I don't know how to use this.
I think you just.
Okay.
There you go.
Hey y'all. When Emily reached out and asked if we would talk about RFK, I said of course, because they are just a partner that we hold very near and dear to our hearts. They are in San Diego, California. San Jose, California. Woo! Sorry, it's a very early PST still. A K-6 district school, and really important to know they're a single leader school. So Mariana Alvarez is a tremendous, phenomenal superwoman, and she wears a million bajillion hats, and so we really needed to think about how were we prioritizing her time while also thinking about how we were supporting her teachers. And so this was a school that we thought about in a 3-year span because we knew that they had a grant that was allowing them to work with us for 3 years, and so that's kind of how we broke it up. And then the last thing to know is that they were a very culture-oriented school, full of veteran teachers, full of veteran staff, but what that meant is that, of course, they weren't necessarily prioritizing the best practices in instruction. So we were thinking about all those pieces when we kind of picked up this partnership in 2022. And so standard contract, and so we were also thinking about how do we take all these very itty-bitty amount of hours, 20, and think about how we break it up into leadership and also content. And so my job in 2022 and 2023 was really to think about how are we building relationships. Delana and I were brand new to Mariana at the time, and this is a school, again, with veteran teachers and staff who did not trust us and were like, who are you? And so really thinking about how we were prioritizing launch hours, virtual hours to build relationships across, so content leads to principal, myself to principal and teachers, so forth. We really stamped a vision for instruction. Shout out to Jen and Delana from last year, really thinking about math and ELA. And that was co-constructed. So we worked with the principal, but we also said, hey, teachers, what's your input here? Let's make sure you also have buy-in. And so when we had PDs throughout the year, we kept cycling them back over and over again. How is this line in the vision highlighted in this work that we're doing with you today? And so at the end of the year, we did lots of closing reflections, making sure we thought about what did you do this year that went well, what didn't go well, so that way we could carry it into 23, 24. And then we amped it up. So this year we had Mariana not only have progress monitoring meetings with myself, but we were also thinking about what is your goal, Mariana? What are you doing? How are we progress monitoring yourself in all of this work and making sure we're prioritizing your voice as the leader of instruction? We set some IPG growth goals at the beginning of the year for the midpoint and the end of the year to really make sure we were holding true to whether or not teachers are growing or not. And then our monthly principal meetings was not only, again, progress monitoring, but me also asking and checking in about her growth towards her own personal goals. So that looked like sometimes we were sitting and observing teachers together and scoring the IPG together and having back and forth together. And so biggest wins was that 100% of our ELA and leadership goals for this year were met. Very exciting with that. And then last thing is Mariana herself was telling us that she felt really confident leading ELA PDs on her own independently, and she felt really clear on the vision for instruction and IPG growth goals for the year. So really exciting. That's not all though, because Delana is gonna take you on the journey of what we did for ELA.
All right, y'all. We have like 2 minutes, so we're gonna keep this quick. So as y'all know, with any ELA curriculum math as well, you just need to make sure that the school is really grounded in the curriculum, and they were very anti their curriculum for multiple reasons. But I was like, got what you got, so we're gonna make it happen. And so the whole year we were just like, pull that text from the curriculum, pull it again, let's talk about it, and we just kept going. And so it showed up in PD spaces, our virtual hour spaces, and we really went from, we saw small growth, like from our like 1A to, we got them to like a 2.0 to a 2.5, and then complex text, and then being in the text from a 2.0 to a 2.8. So again, it was like, we're starting to feel it. It's not all the way there yet. They're way more bought in than they were. And so we just capitalized off of that this year and really thought about how can we be intentional around grounding them in the curriculum and thinking about lesson planning. And that started with a template because they were doing what they want to do. And so again, it was like, let's ground y'all in all doing the same thing so all students are experiencing the same equity when it comes to the curriculum. And then again, just to Tiana's point, we didn't have a ton of hours, but we made sure those hours, our virtual hours, our campus PDs, our on-sites were all in the curriculum, all in the template, and it was just constant conversation about it. And yeah, so we went to like a 4.0 and 1A and a 3.0, and overall, the IPG data increased by 35% across all of the indicators. And our biggest win is just that in those 2 years of work, students went from rarely seeing complex text to seeing it often, consistently,
multiple grade levels, multiple teachers, planning, implementing the district curriculum regularly.
Y'all give a shout out. Thank you so much for sharing. There are obviously so many stories we could hear from, but I just hear in that story the thoughtful care over time, the relationship building, the intentionality, the focus, the repetition, and ultimately the translation to a different student experience. So bravo for that work with RFK, and bravo for so many partners where we kept at it. I want to shift gear a little bit now and bring up Kate Schultz. Woo! Kate is going to tell you about our work with the state of Ohio this past year, which was one of our biggest partnerships.
Ohio, oh gosh.
Here, I'll just put that there, and you can just like click that.
This is like, that's like the e-collar for my dog. Okay. Poor Finn. Okay, so, oh. It's like I'm on stage. No. Figure this sucker out, maybe. Oh, well, okay. So, I had to look up Riz slang before I got in here. Anyone know Riz slang is? Thank you. Charisma. That's even Riz is the slang. Ohio, not Ohio. Look that up later on the Urban Dictionaries. Ohio was a 3-ish year project that we did. Very fun. Let's see, is that the next one? Okay, so we wrapped it up this past year. It was a 3-year project. The thing about state work is we take the policy that the state wants to implement around like HQIM. We take the best practices from instruction partners. We try to layer it into a scalable project across the state. And so we had multiple layers of folks that we were working with. The DEW, which is the state of Ohio. These ESCs, which are the regional centers. And then the districts and partners that we worked with there. So lots of layers. We had 3 major levers to support Ohio's version of what they wanted to do to support HQIM implementation. You can see them here. Instructional vision for math, unit internalization and lesson prep, and then observation and feedback, really anchored in that observation and feedback, using data, classroom walkthroughs, which we had to call instructional rounds because classroom walkthroughs were political. So we did all this work. What are the numbers of this? It was really great. Major accomplishments. We wrote our own Ohio CSG, JK. We like helped them write their own Ohio CSG. We did 15 statewide workshops, 19 school districts participated, 17 partner regional service providers, these ESCs, which means that we captured over 50% of the regional service providers in the state of Ohio, which if you've seen the state of Ohio, they have a lot. It's a very big state. I did not know this, but it's big. And then we also had celebrations. For our cohorts, we had a 35% increase in IPG scores over the state of the work. Oh, and then we got more slides too. No, that's my next slide. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's a team effort in state work. We had 35. One of my things I'm most proud of is that our priority students in participating districts outperformed their peers for the race of the state of Ohio, which was just amazing. It gives me like goosebumps. And by the end of spring of 2024, 95% of our teachers were teaching on grade level. 75 were connecting to prior knowledge, and 53% were hitting the appropriate level of rigor. And this is after 1 year of intervention. So if you think about IPG scores going up, it was amazing, and we're so, so proud of that. Yeah. Okay, this is a slide technique I stole from Judy, and I probably didn't do well, but the things we're most proud of are actually their relationships. And so this is one of our partners. You'll see state folks, Katie and Yolanda there. Yolanda's always got great hair, so I always have to like look for her. We also have the kids, watching them do math in a way that was authentic and rigorous and actually got them in the curriculum, which was amazing. These kids, I'm telling you what, they were a hoot. Then our team, so great. We worked with ESC leads. You can see in the back in the purple tie, our friend Frank. Frank, man, thank you. He was great, and I think what the best part is that we left the state of Ohio with folks who want to continue the work after we're gone. And Frank is a guy that went from being gung-ho about math to being gung-ho about HQIM to being a person that, I would love to work with for the next 10 years. He was just amazing, and we're so happy for those kinds of relationships with our ESC leads. And then with our teachers. If you're on the Ohio State team and on my Ohio State team, you know these teachers. These were tough nuts to crack. But we got these teachers through a really difficult implementation. We know now that there's sites in the state of Ohio that are committed to HQIM, where maybe they wouldn't have been so committed before. And so that's Ohio. I just want to say 2 more things. I want to make sure that everyone knows who the state team is. And first, Michael Kuhn, who is my partner in senior directoritis. My DIS rock stars, Yolanda, Judy, and Angela, stand up, please. Where are you? Vanessa, Caitlin, and Jen, who are our math CLs. You guys are amazing. I just want to shout out to Erica Cook, who began this work. Her legacy remains because of this. And Ben, who managed to find time to support us and shepherd this work for the rest of the year. So thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Kate, so much for giving us a view into this. This has been an extraordinary project. It is not easy for a state to say, hey, come help us change the climate in our whole state around how we're thinking about instruction. And the only way to do that is to do it through a relational, multi-layered approach. And that is exactly what this team has done for 3 years. So thank you all so much for the extraordinary legacy of that work. Okay, believe it or not, that is just the first thing that we're talking about today. So, the first thing I'm proud of, which you've heard all about, is that our support made a difference for our partners. The next thing that I want to celebrate from this past year is that we improved things that were not working. We saw issues and we got better. At basically every new hire orientation, I tell folks, the only thing I can promise you is that we are going to make mistakes. And we did. And there were mistakes that we all felt the impact of this year. I also say, I promise you, when we see them, we will try to get better. And that's the work of education at some level, is learning how to do things in new ways. So it's mission critical that we take that learner stance. I want to lift up 3 things this year that I think we made better. One is our compensation system. Yeah! Go ahead, Malika, bring it. 1 year ago, there was really understandable frustration across our team about the clarity of how do I get a salary increase. And we had just done some cost of living adjustments. But we took this past year to really listen, explore models, weigh trade-offs, and try to learn what is it that our team wanted in a compensation system. I want to thank everyone involved, and I want to thank everyone that led that work. There's still so much more that it pointed us to that we need to do differently and that we'll need to take on in the years to come. We need to look at role levels. We need to look at performance management. There are more things to come, but we have a compensation system that aligns to the things that our staff told us they cared about most, which was transparency and clarity and value for tenure. And so thank you for everyone's involvement as we made that better. The second thing I want to lift up, I mentioned that this has had a year of challenges, and last fall in particular was probably the hardest start of the school year that we've seen at Instruction Partners for a few different reasons. One challenge was the late release of an allocation tracker, which meant that we had late partner assignments and we had to do some adjustments in assignments on a number of teams. But it wasn't just a technical system, it was It led to late hiring, extra work, delayed starts, and a very hard fall. As we saw at the midpoint of the year, only 51% of our partnership team agreed or strongly agreed that workload met expectation in the middle of the year. And so we launched 2 sets of working groups, one around allocation and another around time assumptions. And again, in this case, it started with listening, really understanding the challenges and the issues that were coming up. And across the second half of the year, there were a number of changes made. I'm very happy that we have an allocation tracker that is able to support clarity, and to every single person involved in that, thank you for the incredible work. The fall is always hard, and it will continue to be, but we do feel better set up for this coming fall than we were a year ago today. So thank you. And end of year results, we went from 51% to 72%, which means we still have a lot more work to do. That's not at all where we want to stop and stay, but that is the largest single jump we've ever seen in our partnership. Workload meets expectations. Last thing I'll lift up is cross-teaming. Cross-teaming is always hard. We see it with our partners. We see it within ourselves. And this year, we set ourselves up for some complicated cross-teaming situations. I see you, Knox County. I see you, core service redesign. I see you, data teams. And we ran into challenges, adaptive challenges. We had to keep resetting expectations. We had to keep coming back to get under assumptions. And what I'm proud of is that we kept going, that we kept coming back to the table and kept recommitting to that work. So those are 3 things that I think we made better this year. Finally, I would like to give an honorable mention to something that we actually decided the year prior, but deserves some worthy attention as it was a big win. Ramp. Every single time I texted in a receipt or I heard an email that was like, your receipt has automatically been matched to that Uber code, I was like, whew, this is better. So, you know, those decisions, often behind the scenes, take a lot of time and effort. So to everyone involved in setting up RAMP, we all say thank you. All right. The third thing that I'm proud of in this past year is that we did big foundational work to launch our strategic plan. So a year ago, we shared our strategic plan. And I said, 23-24, that's going to be our planning year, and then this will launch next year. So today, we are launching our strategic plan officially. However, we have been working on it for a year, and there is a lot of work that we have done. Last year, we announced here are going to be the big 3 areas of focus. We want to continue to deliver instructional leadership services, and we want to make them better. We want to develop new services anchored to ambitious achievement outcomes, and we want to continuously improve our organizational sustainability, and here are all the ways we're going to do that. This past year, we got clearer than ever about what we are here to do. We updated our mission this year, and we clarified our focus on strengthening instructional leadership. We completed a bunch of critical work to review all of our frameworks and to say, where do these line up? Where don't they? What do we need to do to bring them into better cohesion? We updated our external messaging to reflect our focus. We made some shifts to teams and reporting within the organization. That is never easy, and we were able to work through all of that together. We hired some key leaders. We revamped how we support partner engagement, and we raised some critical resources towards our big priorities. So it was a big year of foundation setting. As part of the work of clarifying what it means to support instructional leadership, we also, I shared this in the pre-work, and I'm like sort of happy to unveil partially, because we're going to keep doing some more testing and we're going to keep tweaking this, but this is the graphic that we are currently using to explain what does it mean to support instructional leadership. These are our leadership practices and the conditions that we work to support within those. So we did a lot of work to try to get really clear on what are we trying to do when we say strengthen instructional leadership, which unfortunately isn't clear in the ecosystem, actually, and therefore is work that we had to pay deep attention to. So what this did is it allowed us to set ourselves up for impact, for learning, for org sustainability. It also positions us well to navigate the end of ESSER. So let me take a few minutes here to address the ESSER in the room. So we've talked about this for years, but ESSER is the big federal funding that districts were allocated and states were allocated in response to COVID. The last date to allocate those resources is this September 30th, 2024, so that's coming right up. There are some states that have allowed for a late liquidation so that you can spend that down over a couple of years, but many, many districts and states are not. They are trying to finish it out. I'm noticing a pattern of districts and states that have new administrations are like, I want this done. And I want to reset and bring something new. But this is a very challenging navigation for everyone in education, and we've been preparing for it for 3 years. We expect to feel the impact of the end of ESSER in 3 different waves. The first wave we're feeling now, and we're navigating currently, as states are sort of and districts are getting clear on the end of it. The second will happen after it is done for the states that don't have late liquidation, and then the third wave will be for those that do have late liquidation as they adjust. In our strategic plan, we set out a number of things that we wanted to proactively do to make sure that as an organization we could continue our impact and support our people and our sustainability in a time that's going to be challenging for everyone in education. Essentially, the strategies we're pursuing are diversification strategies. How do we think about the range of partners? Who is going to still have money to spend on the kinds of things that we know people need even more in this context? Where do we raise resources towards our critical priorities that will give us more sustainability? And how do we strategically use reserves, the Mackenzie Scott funds that we were awarded, and the savings that we have amassed over time? And we've been careful on cost over the past 2 years because we knew we need those savings. And then how do we think creatively about different and new partnerships? Partnerships with curriculum companies, partnerships with local philanthropies, different ways to accomplish the work. The state of Ohio was able to invest significant resources in building the capacity of ESCs. When they have fewer resources, how can we offer services that still can have impact but might not be at the same price point? These are the kinds of questions that we know we need to grapple with and we have started to grapple with. And I will say I'm very proud of the impact that has had. We are going into this coming school year. As I stand here in front of you now, 93% of our partnership revenue for direct service partners is committed or intent, win-sent intent, we call it. So that is actually a higher number than we've ever had in early July. And that is the product of extraordinary hard work. That is the product of retention of partners. We had a very high retention rate even in this context for our direct service partners. And on top of that, we have been able to raise new philanthropic dollars towards our learning initiatives that are going to position us to be able to advance that work. So thank you to everyone who has worked through that. We have lots more hard work to navigate together. So I'm not here to say this is done and we are clear or through the woods, but the way we responded makes me confident that we are going to have as good a shot as anyone to navigate the challenges that are to come. And what are we going to do in the next year? I'm going to start to bridge towards that. We will be continued to be focused on engagement and making sure that we really are following every single lead. You've seen us bring on some new people onto our team in order to support engagement, and we are going to make sure that we are thoughtful about how do we find the partners who need the help and want to do the work and make sure that we can help them do so. We also are going to continue to be careful in monitoring costs. And if anything, we're going to get more disciplined about this in the next couple of years. I want to connect a couple of dots here. Adhering to our adhering to our financial policies is how we protect our team. And it doesn't always feel that way. I know we've all worked in bureaucracies where it's like, how do I just work this system and get the things that I need? But I want in this room for us all to come together and know that the reason that we're going to be thoughtful about making sure that we're spending in line with our policies is because we want to protect jobs. We want to use money on people. And so we're going to be a little bit more conservative on travel. And we are going to get a little bit more disciplined about escalating financial issues when we see non-compliance. We try to be cool with each other. You all have done William's session. You know the cool uncool, right? And we have to stay in line. And what I really want to elevate is if you think to yourself, well, I'll just ask for forgiveness on this. We'll just see. In that moment, I just want you to see our team and actually say, or let me check. And then I also want to say there are two people who are going to be kind of the tip of the spear as we increase our attention to ensuring this compliance. William and Suzette. And God bless William and Suzette. And when William and Suzette come to you and say, hey, this is out of line, I want us all to be like, I'm on it. And just make sure that we're working with them rather than creating any kind of antagonism, because we want to navigate the next couple of years in the way that gives us the most flexibility to protect the work. And that's what we're going to do. Okay, so that is what I am proud of. I am very proud of the work we did as a team this past year. Let me give you all a turn and talk chance here and give me a chance to get a quick sip of water. What resonates when you hear about our org-wide work? What are you proud of from this past year? And what are you excited to celebrate from the work that we have done? Go ahead and take 4 minutes for that. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think the rest is actually pretty fast, right? The first part took the longest, but that's the best part anyway, right? So, because I hit the note on the financial thing. Yeah, I saw a lot of nodding. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll be the friendliest tip of the spear that we got. But thank you very personally for giving me some team. It means a lot.
Yeah. Well, I figured while we're here in the same room, it's the time to do it, right?
This is the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just wait till we hit it with the federal dollars for the end of the year or two.
Yeah, exactly. I hope that was helpful.
It can't get any more urgent than hearing it during the State of the Award from the CEO. So you've done everything you can do, and thank you.
I didn't give you a heads up I was doing that. But
Oh, that's fine. I was wondering if it was going to be me or Jess. I knew William would be one. That's fine.
I figured I'd give you some teeth if I could.
I appreciate that. I do.
giving you 30 seconds to wrap conversation. All right, I'm going to bring us all back together. 3, 2, 1. All right, there's a lot to be proud of. Now let us turn our attention to the coming school year. So there are 2 places I want to lift up that I hope we will nail in the year ahead. As I shared in the pre-work document, the focus for this coming year is going to be focusing on the fundamentals. The reason for this is it is the first year of our strategic plan, and the reason is because we want to do the things that when we are disciplined about doing them, when we are at our best, because we think that is also going to help us best navigate the complex context that comes with the end of ESSER. So what do I mean by that? The first thing I hope we will nail this coming year is cultivating relationships with discipline and with authenticity. Those can feel a little bit in tension with each other, so let's dig into it just a bit more. Relationships are how we get anything done. It's how we get anything done within instruction partners, and it's how we deliver impact to partners. So relationships always matters. Relationships particularly will matter as we navigate this wave 2 and wave 3 that are coming with the end of ESSER as well. And so we want to be disciplined about our relationships, meaning like we do them regularly. We follow through, we touch base, we execute with follow through, and we want to be authentic. You don't want to do that in a way that's salesy or canned or feels like I'm doing this because it's on my to-do list. We have to be truthful and authentic in how we engage. And I think that our relationships at Instruction Partners are part of what actually sets us apart in this work and in this field, and it is certainly what drives our impact. So our first focus is cultivate relationships with discipline and authenticity. The second thing that I hope we will do in the coming year is continue to improve internal collaboration. I shared with you all that I think this is a place we had to keep working cross-teaming this past year, and there is more work to do. And in the coming year, we are going to be looking at how we do things like project planning and internal communications in some new ways. We see there are places to do that better. We are also going to be focusing in our work interactively around making sure that we're balancing advocacy, inquiry, and care. And this is going to be the focus of the work that Dr. Kelly will lead us in this afternoon. So my call to action for all of us is to take seriously this work as critical to our mission and critical to our impact. Let me go ahead and let you turn and talk again with your partner. What would it look like to apply these areas of focus in your work in the coming year? 4 more minutes. 30 seconds, everyone. All right. Calling everyone back in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you for the assist there. So I'll just close with a couple of personal reflections. I was standing this morning watching everybody have breakfast and just giving hugs and seeing people, and it never gets old. And I am always so deeply humbled to stand before you all and to know that you all joined this crazy idea I had on a napkin during a Stevie Wonder concert once, and to look around and be like, oh, I had a little something to do with this, and look at this group that is here and assembled. And so I don't really have anything insightful to say other than like, damn, and thank you. I also, it was in no run of show notes that Emily will get up and give hugs to everybody that's celebrating their 5-year awards, but I couldn't not, because that group of folks, each and every one of you made us a different organization, and that's what we do together. That's what it means to be a team. That's what it means to come together in service of a mission, and I'm just deeply proud to have been part of starting an organization that really, imperfect as we are, tries to live our values every day. And so I am excited to bring on a president when that person starts, and I am excited to continue to welcome people into this mix to make us better and stronger. And I'm excited to get to continue to work with each and every one of you. As I think about the coming year, I would say a couple of the things that are just really top of mind for me. One is choose optimism. It is a choice every day to say, I'm going to show up today in this world where there are so many hard things going on, and I'm going to find the ways that I can to add value. And that's what I'm going to try to do every day as we navigate complicated times, complicated politics, complicated personal realities. And so that's the value that I will set my intention around as we start this year together. But ultimately, what I love most about Retreat, and massive, massive shout out to the Retreat Committee, who has put so much thought into making this experience for us, and yes, in particular, to Livette Curry. What I love so much about how Livette does Retreat, and it's really a difference, because it used to be like a work session, and she was like, no. This is about big-heartedness. This is about us coming together and celebrating together, and thank you for teaching us that, Livette. So, as we get the gift of spending time together, I look forward to spending some time with each and every one of you. And I officially now kick off the 24-25 school year and our new 5-year strategic plan. Thank you all.
Woo, ow! Hello. Oh, yes. Emily, thank you so much for that. You didn't give us all the data slides, but you gave us just a taste that's going to want us to go explore even more. Hope you guys did your pre-work. I was looking at mine, going along, and if you haven't, you still have time. now it's like post work. But
The state of our org is strong, though, Tamika.
yes, I'm excited.
The state of our org is strong, so let's give it up for that. You ready to?
We're ready.
We'll talk about the next activity.
I think it's time to have a little bit more fun. Live big-heartedly.
I think, and it's time to earn some points.
Point time.
It's time to earn some points. We got some gift cards to give out, people.
Woo! So we are about to go into our house activity, and our first activity is going to be a scavenger hunt.
Woo!
Woo! And hey, it's inside the hotel. So some people are already saying, like, are we going outside in this heat? No, we are in the hotel, in the coolness. So if you are a house leader, you should have already downloaded our Invent Z Camp. And I know,
bats.
like, hey, thank you.
Blue bats are ready to go.
So house leaders have already downloaded the app. They know what to do. They are going to take you around the hotel to win points by doing certain things in that app.
Tamika, one thing Sejal did say is that, I just found out about this, team leaders, when you create your account, make sure that your username is your team name. I know we didn't tell you that ahead of time. Is that right, Sejal? If you didn't, just let Sejal know so she can make sure they get the right amount of points. Sorry, I didn't want to.
No.
Also, really quickly, there is one clarification. There are some outside activities. They are worth bonus points because it's 1,000,000 degrees outside. So if anybody's feeling froggy, you can go outside for some of the activities.
All right.
Hey, Black Ball Eagles, some of us are going outside because, you know, I like to win. So anyway, back to the screen. So yes, they are worth points. If we can go to the next slide. So here are your instructions. You have 1 hour, 1 hour only.
1 hour only.
And for those people who think they're going to add in a couple of minutes and not go to lunch, that's not going to happen because the app is going to cut you off. So you have 1 hour only to complete as many challenges as you can. You're going to get a 5-minute reminder when it's going to stop. Like, the clock will stop. There's no point in trying to keep going. Go to lunch. Challenges can be completed in any order that you would like. So you can start outside, you can start inside. I don't even know what the challenges are. So don't think we have an unfair advantage. We don't even know.
I'm not even on a team.
The house leader must track all the completed challenges and log it in your app. You will earn points, will be awarded. So like you're gonna earn points, and then the house that has the most points gets like a certain point. Like it was all like in that little email. I don't want to confuse you guys, but just know you need to get the most points. Go for getting the most points. Black Ball Eagles, go for getting the most points. Okay, just making sure you guys heard that. And then you go directly to lunch.
Lunch, yeah. And so our lunch locations we are going to be with our race-based learning groups. So our AAPI folks are going to be off-site for lunch. Black Gold in the Metropolitan Ballroom. Is that here? That's here.
Yeah,
okay. Latine is going to be in off-site as well. Multiracial group is going to be in Logan, and then the white folks are going to be in the mess hall.
Any questions? Now, I usually say any questions, but we may not have the answers, so. Go back a slide, please.
One before that with the instructions for how to sign in.
Oh, I think a house didn't download their.
Who's the house leader over there?
Oh, no, we're not going to call anyone out. We're not going to call. Hey, but just know that Black Gold, Jamie had already did ours. So, okay.
Are we good over there?
Are we good?
Winnie's good. Okay.
Can we say, get ready?
All right.
Set. Go! Come on, go get those points.
Get those points.
You was spitting, you know that you was tripping. Never thought to see me dipping, but I had to get missing. I'm tired of you stressing me. Why don't you let it be? Come around testing me. Want me mentally? You wanna see your face no more.
Hey, everybody's still in the room. Black Gold's gonna eat in here, so if you don't mind, never mind. I take it back.
Next minute you on me. So what's the problem, huh? No wait, let me guess. You need some space and some place to get a load off your chest. No better yet, you don't get enough attention at home. And when I'm gone, I don't even think to pick up the phone. I'm dead wrong. Now you're fed up, packing my stuff. My head up and I see it in your face right now.
For those of you who are in the room, please turn your attention to the scavenger hunt highlights. You might see yourself, you might see a friend. Yeah, I wanted to pause here for 1 second and say how much I appreciate this particular photograph. Excellent work. Excellent, excellent work. I also took this picture, so it's pretty good.
Documents on the table, you don't need them just yet, but throughout our conversation, you may see a letter A at the top of the screen that refers to the document that has A on it, B is B, C is C, and then we go to some Google Forms later in our time together. So as you watch the video, I'd like for you to think about 2 questions. The first is, what did you notice about how the dancers interacted with each other? How do you think trust played a role in the dancers' ability to perform together effectively? And we're going to hear from 3 of our resident dancers in the room. So first, let's watch the video.
Yeah, but for
All right, so before we have those conversations at the table, we're going to hear from some of our resident dancers, starting with Adrienne.
Hi, everyone. I'm Adrienne Dominguez, Senior Director of Partnership Data. Before I joined Instruction Partners, I worked for 8 years at the New York City Department of Education, building the data team that put together Pre-K for All. But what most people don't know is that in my free time, I was performing and teaching Mexican and Salvadorian folk dance. And so these images are from that period of my life when I was performing dances from Veracruz, from different states all over Mexico, and the one in yellow is actually when I was at the Formula One races in Bahrain. So I've had some really incredible opportunities to dance all over the world, and just looking at that video, I think about how much work and effort and practice goes into a performance like that, and in order to do things like jumping and lifting and like all of those moves, you have to have a lot of trust. And so those dancers are really strong on their own, but with trust, they're able to go beyond that and have such an impact. And I think about that here at Instruction Partners, how we have so many people with such rich and diverse experiences in education, and when we come together, what an impact we can have with trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrienne. And now we're going to hear from Mary Rose. Mary Rose.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mary Rose Ritter-Bashir. I am an operations coordinator for clusters 1 and 2. Thanks. I'm not a real dancer. Let's be super clear about that. I was a cheerleader in high school. And so I do have some experience dealing with choreographed dance. This was at my friend's wedding. My friend who's in the middle there, Jason, he is a dancer, and he choreographed a dance as a surprise for my friend. So that is, that's what's going on up there. So when I watch this video, I think about how many rounds of doing that routine they had to do horribly, so bad. Like they had to do a really, really bad job so many times before they got it right. And I think that one of the things that can allow you to grow to what we saw just now is feeling confident to fail. Being able to try something over and over and fail over and over and know that your teammate is going to pick you up and they're going to support you and they're just going to keep going with you. So that's what I saw when I watched that video.
Thank you, Mary Rose. And our third team member is Lakin.
So obviously the most important part of trust is trusting that your partner will look just as sick in your outfit as you do. I'm Lakin. I'm the senior director of our custom team. I was maybe 7 here, I don't know. But I do remember the song. It was Roses Are Red by Aqua, the same band that did Barbie Girl. Really remember that song. So when I think about trust, it's not just about the outfit. You also have to know and be able to rely that your partner is doing their work as well. It can at times maybe look on the outside like one person is doing most of the heavy lifting. But if the other person isn't aware of their balance or the way that they are handling their body, then things won't work. So you actually have to trust that everyone is doing their job so that it doesn't fall apart. And also, trust really lets people push boundaries of their performance and their creativity, right? If you know that you can trust and rely on the person, or they're going to give you the feedback, you make a mistake, then you will take those risks to try new things and push yourself beyond what you would maybe be willing to do by yourself.
Thank you so much, Lakin. So now at your tables, please identify an elbow buddy that you're going to have a 2-minute conversation with, answering these 2 questions. You have 2 minutes. You have about 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. All right, we're coming back together in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So we're gonna start. We have two folks who are gonna share out. We need a mic here. Can we have a mic right here? Thank you so much. All right, go ahead. You're first, Michael.
Hello. So I was just thinking about so their movement, yes, is based in trust, but also is based in choreography. So like there is a plan that they are executing, and they're doing more than just the moves though. They're actually telling a story with moves that are agreed upon. And so there's like a level of trust that you have to have, and sharing a vision of like what is that story we're communicating, so that when we're executing those steps that we're doing so with conviction and we believe it so that others believe it.
Thank you, Michael.
Hello. So yes, to build on what Michael was saying, like yes, they are telling a story. I think for me, it must be new hire haze going on. So yes, they are telling the story, and for me, like I think about the work that we are preparing to do for this next school year, and like there are gonna be some times where, because at the end you notice a girl sort of like is trying to get away from him, and then he has like a very slight touch or slight like grounding moment that like brings her back. So I think about like the work we're about to do. There are gonna be some times where it may be breaching trust or like a breach in like some sort of like expectation. But at the end of the day, the story that you are telling, you have to be on the same page and be able to come back to the same page in the event that you are finding yourself like deviating from whatever the plan may be. So that was the story that I like pulled out, and just like something I want to keep in mind for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Rashard. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So we just heard some themes connected to some of the joys of the outcome of this performance, but also some of the like, the icky, right? Like the hard stuff that gets us there. And so that's some of what we're gonna be talking about today. So here's how we're gonna spend our time. We have probably 2 hours, a little less now, right? Because we've done some chatting about some dance. So we're gonna start with looking at a bit of backstory to say, how did we get here? There's some Q&A built in, so I'm gonna call out some questions and we're gonna share out some answers. Then we're gonna look at our data. We're gonna do 3 kinds of practice. The first practice is gonna answer a question that our CCC has identified. The second kind of practice is stage 7, which is learn. So we're gonna do some learning about that, and then we're gonna do individual personal charges. So our first question: what white dominant characteristics did we focus on in 2022 to 2023? Just yell it out. Perfectionism and one right way. That is absolutely correct. So when we talked about those 2 areas and we were working to interrupt them, we learned some things from our focus groups. So we asked 3 questions: what is working, what challenges are we facing, and what might the root causes of those challenges be? That then took us to look at some of our team experience survey statements around having a free and open expression of ideas, feeling like our voice matters, and do we have a clear DEI and anti-racism strategy? So some of those themes that came from those focus groups regarding interrupting perfectionism in one right way include some of the comments our team members were making. So take a look at those. We also had team members share that they were doing some of these things or experiencing some of these things. And then there were some feelings associated with those themes. And so from there, we identified defensiveness, fear of conflict, and right to comfort as a way to get at some of those themes that came up in our focus groups. So then we had some feedback from team members around there's a text we could use to really support our work in healthy collaboration and feedback. What's the name of that book? Radical Candor. And Radical Candor lists the stages of healthy collaboration. Now there's 7 of them. Who knows the stages of healthy collaboration? You don't have to know them all, but just shout out some of the stages. Clarify, listen, debate, learn, decide, persuade. Is that 7? So there are the 7. And then there was a critique of radical candor. There was something missing from the text. Does anyone remember what was missing from the text? So the feedback was there was really not a focus on how to build the relationships to allow us to have these very robust and rigorous conversations. So then there was a text we've been using to think about relationships. What text is that? The trust equation, which talks about reliability, credibility, intimacy, and self-orientation. So that's looking back. Now, let's see how we responded thinking about our own healthy collaboration with one another. So along the left-hand side, you see the elements from the trust equation. Across the top, you see some data that's going to come up about managers and teammates. All of the data hovers around 1%. What percentage do you think all of this data hovers around? You can yell it out. There are 3 options. 90% of the time. Here's our data. That's pretty good. I heard somebody, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we're going to come back to this slide in just a moment, but first we're going to look at other data specifically about feedback. So here are 3 statements from our team experience survey. And then we asked some questions about 5 practices related to feedback about managers and about teammates. This is our org-wide data. What number do you think this hovers around? All of them hover around the same number. 90? 80% of the time. Here's our data. So we just saw these 2 slides. What are your reactions to this data? Let's take 2 minutes and talk to someone at our table. What came up for you as you saw this data? All right, we're coming back in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So Shateria is going to start us off with a response. And then if there's someone else in the room that's like, I really want to share something with the group to respond to the data, just raise your hand. We have time for 2 responses. We're going to start over here.
So I spoke with Suzette about adjusting feedback on the healthy collaboration because we were looking for like areas of opportunities. So we saw that on the adjusting feedback side, 79% of the time, we are comfortable with providing each other with adjusting feedback. So we decided that there is an opportunity to continue to build that trust within each other to provide that adjusting feedback.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do we have someone else who wants to share a thought? Yeah. I'm not being biased. I just see one hand over here. I don't see any other hands, so all right.
Just something that we noticed was that a lot of people did yell out 40% when you gave us that choice, and we just thought that that was interesting that the data is this high, but the room assumed it was not going to be this high.
Very interesting point. That's a very interesting point. One more. Go ahead, one more.
I guess I was saying the similar thing because I think sometimes if you look at the data, it could be skewed because like there's a question here that says in the last 6 months, someone has talked about my progress, but because we have an MOY and an EOY that's required, that's always going to be yes. Or, you know what I'm saying, always going to be agree or strongly agree because you have to do them, opposed to there being smaller checkpoints to see if that's actually a realistic measure.
Great point, great point. And let's also just revisit the idea that this is our org-wide data. So once this is disaggregated, the data may go higher or lower depending on the experience of the folks on the team. So these were the themes we just saw. We heard from our spring focus groups, and we just saw this data point from our team experience survey. And so the CCC was asked to choose between 2 questions to process today. 92% of the respondents selected this question is what we're going to talk about today. What are the 2 to 3 habits and thoughts for managers and team members that will allow us to engage in bi-directional, meaningful feedback using our capabilities as a focus? And this aligns with priority 3, attend to organizational sustainability. So we are about to do some practice. So if you could grab a copy of the document labeled A on your table. Someone said, I just organized all these. Now you want us to pass them out. Yeah. So everyone should have document A. These have also been sent to you in Slack and News You Can Use. So we're about to have a conversation focusing on that question that was just on the screen. How many folks have seen this decision-making continuum before? So several of, so if you have questions about it, maybe tap that person on your table. So during the conversation, we're going to use Life Draft. As you look to the right, as the numbers go up, these strategies encourage commitment. They also take more time, and we've talked about time being a real thing. As you go to the left, it encourages compliance, but it's way more efficient. So we're going to be using consensus. That means that everyone at your table has to agree with whatever you decide to the answer as the answer to the question we're about to process. So we've talked about inquiry, advocacy and care, and Emily mentioned that this morning, and so we're going to be leaning into one or more of these in this practice. And a question came up, why are we practicing this in particular in this space? So the first reason is we worked with around 27% of the organization, either through leadership development planning, team experiences, and or coaching. What we found that folks self-identified in this way for debate and decide. So for debate, around 10% said this is a strength, 37% said this is an area of growth. For decide, 10% said it's a strength, and around 20% said it's an area of growth. We also got qualitative feedback from some of our team members of color who said that there's a real risk in me advocating because historically that has not gone well. And so as we talk about how do we really do this, we have to consider that perspective if we really want this to work for everyone. There was also a theme around, because me advocating may not be acceptable, I lean into questions because it may feel less threatening. Then the third reason is we have some big work coming that is so exciting, and it's going to require a lot of collaboration within our teams and across our teams. But I want to go back to number 2, because there's a perennial question that comes up. What does this have to do with race? We're talking about collaboration, but where is race and anti-racism? Here's an opportunity to think about race. There's also, given all of this change, an opportunity to consider the capability change management. And so this comes directly from our capabilities. Shout out to Livette. So take a moment and skim those bullets. And when we think about change happening in our teams, there's some changes that came to mind for me as I thought about, wow, what's happening in each team? So people and culture is merging with finance. The engagement and customs team is now on the finance team. The partnership team added design, professional learning, and the support team. Dr. Shima, I hope I have that title correct. If I don't, please forgive me. I was looking for the title. And then the program team, we're expanding our middle school math work. So that team is going to get broader and broader. And we're hiring an ED for that middle school math role. So this is one element of change per team. I'm sure we could make a list of the changes happening. Not to mention the changes happening in our personal lives that also affect us at work, because we're whole human beings. All right, so that's the prompt at the top. On document A, the first thing you're gonna do is, I'm sorry, I'm laughing because people are giving me the eye and like encouraging me, and so it's making me laugh, so I'm just laughing. All right, so first you're gonna identify your area of focus. On this document, letter A, you're gonna locate example statements for each of the areas. Highlight 2 to 3 you wanna practice today. But before you do, I wanna pause us to consider 3 things. The first is, do you want to practice something in general? Like in general, I want to practice inquiry. That's totally fine. You may also say, given the topic about feedback, I tend to feel really charged about this, so I may need to practice something else. Or I tend to feel a little passive talking about this, so I may want to practice this particular thing. The third consideration for you could be, given the people at my table, and I'm thinking about roles, race, position, gender, all kinds of identity elements, what is helpful for me to practice at my table given the people that I'm going to be talking with? So this document on document A looks something like this. Take 2 minutes to highlight what you want to practice in this conversation. You have 2 minutes. You have about 30 more seconds here. All right, who needs more time? Who needs more time? How much more time do we need? A minute? Okay, so 1 more minute. That's totally fine. Thank you. All right, so it sounds like we're ready to move on, which is fantastic. So here is the prompt we're about to discuss. The product is totally up to your group. You all will have to decide that. A few things you may want to consider as you answer this question: frequency of feedback, content of feedback, approach to feedback, something else. That's totally up to your table. We're going to use a consensus approach, so you want everyone to agree. We're going to capture our notes in a document you're going to see next. It's a Google Doc in News You Can Use, linked to document A. We will have 15 minutes. And the anti-racism and culture team, that's myself. Sue, if you could raise your hand, and Dr. Freeman. We will walk around to be supportive and affirming, nudge, make connections, and maybe ask your group a few questions. So what's going to happen with what you put in the Google Doc? So Dr. Shame and I have been talking about our internal coaching philosophy and work. And so what you share here is going to inform the work that we're doing together. So we're going to use this stuff to think about what can we do next. So before we start chatting, I also want everyone to have a chance to answer the question themselves independently without being influenced by the table. So we're going to take 2 minutes to respond to that prompt. What are the 2 to 3 habits and thoughts you think managers and team members need that will allow us to engage in this bidirectional feedback? So take 2 minutes. You don't have to write it down if you don't want to, but be ready to share what you think after 2 minutes is up. about 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. And for those of us that are starting to talk, I'm going to ask us to return to silent just to respect folks who need some quiet thinking time. And we're going to start talking in just a moment. All right, so we are now at the time we're going to have testing. We're now at the time we're going to have our conversation. So we have 15 minutes. When we have 2 minutes remaining, I'm going to prompt you to put your response in the Google Doc. All right, so you have 15 minutes. Ready, and go. You see the notes? She's writing notes to me.
Oh, I thought it was for the tables.
She's right. Okay, let's clarify.
We have the next 15 minutes to do what now? Are we looking at the product, like make a list?
Your table has to decide which one your product to be, but regardless of it, we just want to answer this question.
Okay. That's okay.
But you're practicing the thing that you highlighted, whatever. So whatever you're practicing, you individually practice that. You are all answering that question, and then you're going to drop your answer in a Google Doc.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. You just want everyone to know, like, what is the thoughts and habits that are, like,
to get to that bi-directional feedback, like what are the things we need to do to get there? Because that's 69%, so we're missing 31% of our team. So how do we like grab, you know?
How do we make sure that everyone can have bi-directional feedback?
Yeah.
Okay. Using 1 through 6.
No. This is really for you all to know how we're making a decision. Consensus. That's all this is. You're answering this question.
So when you say the habits, so we're choosing inquiry, advocacy, or?
If that's what you think the habit should be, you might say something else.
Okay.
You might say it's problem solving. You might say it's conflict resolution. You might say journaling. I have no idea what you're
Okay. That will allow us to engage in bi-direction.
So how do we get to have this feedback where it's just, we just do it naturally all the time? Like how do we get there?
Okay.
That's the question.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the vision.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Keep talking. Okay. So we have 3 minutes. So we have about 3 minutes remaining. Well, now 2 minutes and 40 seconds. If you have not started to do so, please go to News You Can Use and pull up that Google Doc and start dropping your answers into the Google Doc. You have 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining.
So we got one. The circle of feedback plus everyone gives feedback. That's one. And then we got our three then. Okay. How we show up. We're gonna show up receptive to feedback, and then the formula for feedback is timely of it.
We have 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. If your answers are not in your Google Doc, drop it in the Google Doc. Google Doc. Google Doc. All right, we are at time. So we're on the count of 1, if you all could wrap up those conversations. Not rushing you, just trying to move us along. And 5, we are silent in 4. We come back together in 3. We're silent in 2. In 2. And 1. Fantastic. All right, if your group has not dropped your response in the Google Doc, please take a moment to do that at this time. We're going to give you an extra minute. Well, let me ask first, does any group need more time to drop their response in the Google Doc? 2. So if we do 2 minutes. No, that was like 5 tables, so you're in good company. So maybe 2 more minutes? Is that enough time for tables to drop that in there? All right, 2 minutes. 2 more minutes. Somebody said, are there points for that? Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe. You were like, cut him out. I was like, yeah.
No, you can share it. That's totally fine. I was just like, how do I talk about this in a minute in front of everybody? Like, I don't know. I'm very comfy.
We have about 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30. All right, let's come back together in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 and 5, 4 and 3, 2, 2, 2 and 1. All right, if someone is next to you talking, give them some serious eye contact, and then smile. Challenge directly and care personally. All right, eye contact and smile. Okay, so this is gonna be a silent reflection because some of this is like really personal and we wanna take a moment to process what we experience within ourselves aligned to the 5 white dominant cultural practices we've been talking about. So on the screen you see perfectionism, one right way, fear of conflict, defensiveness, and right to comfort. Here's what I'm asking you to think about in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Dr. Pat. 2 minutes, Dr. Pat. All right, how did your group navigate disagreement? Did you notice any of these behaviors coming up for you in the conversation? And if so, what was the impact? 2 minutes to just think, you can write, but this is one-to-one with yourself. 2 minutes. You have 30 seconds remaining. All right, and so now we're at the next stage where we're gonna reflect on our practice, and this is gonna look a little bit different. So this is a partner not at your table discussion. So what I want you to do is lock eyes with someone lovingly across the room at another table. Not, well, okay, likingly, kindly. Yeah, I was just trying to care here, just trying to make some care. So you're gonna find someone to talk with, and then you're gonna process these 4 questions together. I would love for someone to read the Keep Learning quote that we have on the slide. Is there anyone who'd like to read this aloud? Thank you, Sarah.
We know and love that we don't yet have all the answers because we are nerds for learning, even when it's hard or ambiguous. We respect the learning that springs from our own anti-racist journeys and vow to activate our knowledge in pursuit of equity and excellence.
All right, so you have 2 minutes. This is meant for us to stand, do some stretching, move around, right, to get our bodies moving. 2 minutes to find your partner. 5 minutes to process these 4 questions. 7 minutes in all. What's the question? Because I came up with a few too. Yeah, I think. That was. I was trying to figure out. Okay. Because I think on the left, the charge, I think that's what it takes. The work is really supporting around what they identify as and they need to work on. We got trust equation, healthy collaboration, communication, white dominant characters. They're like, so when people are what the example goes, like even yours, there's only one person that chose one thing. Everybody else chose the intersection. So they chose from this to this, and this. One thing. And I think for managers and managers of managers, they might have their, then they have. Cammy said, I gotta tell you where to be by 1. So let me try it again. I'm gonna practice. All right, we're all standing. Don't stand. Pretend we're standing. So when I get to 1, you're at your seat, silent and ready to go. Cammy, see, look at that practice. Look at that. All right, all right. Okay, so here's the question I want to ask the room. I want to see if we have 2 to 3 volunteers who will share an answer to number 3. What lessons are we learning? Did any lessons come up for you, either in your own reflection with yourself that you'd like to share, or about our team conversation and our practice with inquiry, advocacy, care? Any lessons? I knew we had a lesson. Let me get on over. Oh, thank you. We need Judy. Wait 1 second, Judy. We're going to get it. Sorry about that. Judy. C. Microphone C.
Okay, it's on. This was a lesson for me on when we listen, just to listen and then let it go. Like not try to respond, not try to offer, but just to listen and then be silent.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any other lessons that came up for folks? Either in your own individual reflection with yourself or about how we engage with one another?
One of the things I worked on this year as a manager was having clear conversations about how people want to give and receive feedback and how to communicate, you know, in times of upset and things like that. And then now that my team is merging with another team, so there are all these people like I know but have not like worked regularly with, taking the time to have those conversations about, you know, how we work together and things like that. Because sometimes when relationships are really strong, we don't know how to manage a disagreement. Like it can go 2 ways. So, so even though it's like, hey, we know each other, you know, stop like when we're upset, what we do, when we disagree, like having those type of conversations, even though we already know each other.
Thank you, Alicia. I think we have one more.
Okay, this is something that I learned about myself during this conversation that I was talking to Adrian about, was like who I trust and how I trust will impact the conversation that I have. And so I'm really leaning into like, how do I build trust with people before I have the conversation? And how do I like show up in a way that I'm like, yes, I see you, you see me, and so I trust the conversation that we're gonna have is gonna be in my and your best interest. And that was like a really deep reflection of like, oh, this conversation was so easy because we've been talking and chit-chatting the whole time, right? And we like have built this community. Oh!
That was a great sound effect at the end, I gotta say. That was fantastic, actually. Oh, great. Did I see another hand over here? Or was that a shout out to the AU? I think that was like okay, fantastic. So now we're gonna do our final practice, which is our personal charges. And so why team charges? Some of our teams have community documents that everyone on the team can see that highlights what they're gonna work on. So there are 3 reasons that came to mind in conversations with folks and also just in thinking about the work. And the first is, us seeing what we're working on builds some collegial accountability that can be very helpful. The second is managers can look and see what is my team working on and how do I need to support my team given what I want to work on, but also the theme or the trends with my direct reports. And then third, all of us are doing this together as a community, and so it builds synergy and momentum. So this is why we have team charges. So you will have 2 options at this point. Some folks have a goal that you feel really good about. It's quantified, it's aspirational, it's all the things. You may be ready to do option number 2, which is evaluation planning. The rest of us are going to be at option number 1, which is goal setting. So before we do that, we had some folks share drafts of goals prior to today. I want to share with you who those individuals are and what the focus was. So Jose, his focus is inquiry and credibility. He's actually going to be a star in a moment. He's going to be up like, you just wait. Mecca is focused on perfectionism. Dr. Freeman is focused on balancing inquiry and advocacy and advocating for Black men. Shavetta is focused on inquiry. Dr. Shama is focused on the trust equation. Jason is focused on balancing inquiry and advocacy. Ben is focused on facilitating advocacy and debate. Tom is focused on the trust equation and inquiry. Sarah is focused on balancing inquiry and advocacy. And Kelsey is focused on the decision-making continuum and keep learning. So if you could look at document C, take a moment and skim through those goals and find one that you're interested in or that connects to what you want to work on. Document C. We're going to be here for about 3 minutes. Document C. All right, we're going to come back together in just 10 seconds. And before we move on to workshopping a goal, I want to ask the room, we have time for 2 questions across the room. So do you have a question for anyone who submitted a goal? Are you wondering anything about the context? Is there anything you'd like to know? We have time for 2 questions if there are questions. All right, we have our first question from Mbanza.
And I'm not a plant. I think my question is about when I'm trying to decide, I'm pretty clear about inquiry or advocacy, but I thought care is like underlining for both of those. So how do you isolate care and try to lean into one of the others? Are you clear about my question? Yeah, like I think the subtext for me is like care should be the subtext under inquiry or advocacy. So then when would I just choose care when we want to think about all the aspects of care under inquiry or advocacy?
So it really depends on the individual and the context. So earlier we talked about, are we practicing this particular thing in general? Are we practicing this based on the content we're discussing? Are we practicing this based on the people with whom we're engaging? So it could be that I demonstrate care very easily with my team, but it could be that when I cross team, I just want to get back to my team, right? It could be the opposite. I love to go across the street and cross team, but when I'm with my team, can I go back across the street? Or it could be individual, it could be positional, it could be based on racial differences, it could be based on, so it's really about look at your context and ask yourself, what's the evidence that I'm okay in this area, and what's the evidence that I might need to like work on this? Does that help at all? You can say no.
Yeah, I think context is helpful.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a mic near you? Let me get some skates. I skate up there.
So in Dr. Freeman's goal, he talks about moving from the entry phase to the success phase. What is the intention behind that language, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so I feel like I'm standing in the way of something. I don't know, but anyway. But in a quick short story about that is, my main thing is I've learned that if I only rely on anchoring, I'm relying on somebody else to see my struggle and speak for me. So my balancing of trying to get to advocacy is to move black men from just being in the entry phase of coming in, doing what we're told to do, and just staying there, rather than moving forward to be promoted to upper level leadership roles.
All right. Okay, so thank you all so much for the questions. We're going to move forward. And if you have questions during this next section, feel free to grab the person, sit next to the person, stalk the person, hover over the person, look them in the eye, and then smile. All right? So here's what we're doing now. So Jose was so gracious to draft out an example plan for us. So can we just give him a round of applause? Like, this is a big deal. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal to show this level of vulnerability and openness, and we're going to be giving him some feedback real time in front of everybody. It's a big deal. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is, if you have not already done so, please read what Jose wrote. It's in document C. So we're just going to read what he wrote first. So you should see a page that looks like this, and it has some shading. And he's answered 1, 2, I think number 3, and then number 5. If you could read his responses. 2 minutes. right, in just a moment, Jose is going to let us know what he would like some feedback on. So if you have not skimmed, and I didn't prompt you to do this, but if you have not yet skimmed that SMARTY chart, which is number 4, please take a moment just to skim the criteria for success for SMARTIE. Who needs more time? All right, fantastic. All right, so we're going to start with the S. There are 2 letters on here we will not be using as part of our conversation to give feedback, and the first is strategic. Our anti-racism internal learning work aligns with priority number 3, which is attending to organizational sustainability, and so there's really nothing we need to do here, so we're going to skip that category. We can look at measurable and ambitious in terms of feedback. I want to pause on inclusivity and just share a note. And this work comes from SMARTY comes from the Management Center. And this first question comes directly from an article that they wrote. How can we check for unintentional, disparate impact along lines of identity and power? Or what information do we need to gather to anticipate unintended consequences? So when we're thinking about how do I figure this out, answering that question may move you along in inclusivity. As an organization, I want us to focus on race because we are working to integrate what we learn and experience in our race-based learning groups into our team experiences more readily. That's something we're really working to do. And a number of our team members expressed that there's a disconnect. When we're with our same race, we're having very robust conversations and we're talking about all these things. And when we get back to our teams that are more diverse, sometimes that conversation stops. We want to practice continuing that conversation into our team experiences, our one-to-ones, and our cross-team experiences. We also have this data from earlier, from some of our BIPOC staff that said, I don't always feel safe in the thing that we're working on. So this is an opportunity to think more about inclusivity. You also can consider other identity elements as well. And this is a very short list that you might want to think about when you're thinking about your goal and who it impacts and what that will require of you. And then a word about equitable. Because the instruction partner's mission focuses on work that impacts students in our priority groups, we actually can skip this stage as well. And let me just say, when I thought about this, it feels great to be part of an organization that's aligned to the kind of work we do, because I don't even have to think about, like, is this reaching those in need? Absolutely it is. So we can skip that category as well. All right, now I'm going to hand the mic to Jose, who's going to let us know what would you like feedback on, both in the affirmation and adjustment, all right?
What's up, y'all? Jose here, Cluster One, and this week, repping the Bluebird team, because I'm on a Bluebird team. And so, looking for feedback on the metrics around measurable and inclusive. Thank you.
All right, measurable and inclusive. So go back to his goal. At your tables, have a 2-minute conversation. What can we affirm about measurable? What can we affirm about inclusive? What might he adjust in his goal aligned to those 2 categories? We're looking at inclusive. What did he say? Inclusive and measurable. I'm sorry. Measurable and inclusive. So we're going to give feedback using measurable and inclusive to Jose. You have 2 minutes. All right, we're going to come back in 10 seconds. If you have affirming feedback for Jose, we're going to start with that. Affirming feedback first. And then we're going to ask for some adjusting feedback, 1-to-1. All right, let's come back in 5. Ooh, Cammie gave me directions. Let me go back to my directions. When I get to 1, we're silent and ready. 5, 4, 3, silent and 2. Cammie beat. Thank you, Cammie. Thank you for coaching me in real time. All right, who has affirming feedback for Jose for his goal? Affirming feedback.
Hey, Jose. I would just like to name that I appreciate this opportunity where you're naming that these are the things that I am going to do to ensure that my CLs are properly prepared to show up to the meeting. And the way you did that with such clarity by saying I'm going to send the agenda, purpose, and norms 2 days before, not normal practice, and that you're going to have an idea of the things that you seek to hear from your CLs, so that there's a very clear vision and direction for the meeting.
Thank you so much, Cammie. And then one piece of adjusting feedback. What might he shift?
Hi, Jose. At our group, we also noted what Cammie noted and thought that the intention of your goal is to support the CL experience. And so we thought there was potentially a missing measure for how can you know if the actions that you did had the impact on the CLs that you intended them to have.
All right, thank you, thank you. Jose, do you have anything you want to say before we move to our workshop time? No pressure, but he's reaching for the mic, but no pressure.
Just because I wanted to repeat that I'm on the Bluebird team.
This is a lot. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's happening. That is so funny to me. I'm on the Bluebird team. Boop. And I'm not even on the Bluebird team, but I'm going to start saying it all day now. I'm on the Bluebird team. Okay, so now we have two options. Option one is literally what we just did. You're going to draft your goal. You're going to work with the partner to give and receive feedback using MARTI and then integrate some of that feedback. Or if you feel like, you know what, my goal matches all the MARTI, you can move to option two, which is the second half of document A. Okay? And you're going to drop that goal into the charge. On the charge documents linked to NewsView you can use, there's a charge for every team. Once you're done with that goal, you're going to drop it into that column on your team charge. That's the only thing you need to do is just copy and paste it into this document. All right, they're the directions for option one and option two. Any questions about how we're going to spend this next 15 minutes? How many folks are doing option one? How many folks are doing option two? Okay, so we're all at option one. Fantastic. We have 15 minutes. William, music please. We're in Hey, you all, one correction. We're on document, what is that, document B? We're on document B. I apologize for that. That should say B. Document B is what you should be looking at. I'm so sorry. And here I come. I see some hands. I'll be over there in just a second. So we had a question here. I just want to answer for the good of the group. Does this goal suffice for your anti-racism goal? I would say that's a conversation between you and your manager. And so if that works, absolutely. But the manager and you need to like norm on that, leaving this space. All right, here we go.
Had us do this again. It's in there. I linked it. Yeah, so you go to, thank you.
But I still want to be sure. Look, I want to be sure it's there. Oh,
It's taking a while.
your freckles are so. I didn't even know you had freckles. They are so pretty. Is it the sun? Does the sun bring them out in the summer?
I feel like I just always had them.
I've always wanted freckles.
That's like 80% of my life.
I know. That's how it is, right?
So we're trying to understand.
One second, because they just asked me. Let me just make.
Oh, absolutely. So like for trust equation, for instance, this trusting others to do what they will say they will do. Is that us trusting others, or is this about like other people trusting us? That's not helpful. I mean, that's fair.
We have about 5 minutes remaining in this section. Your goal does not have to, I see some eyes like, "Ah." We're interrupting perfectionism. This goal does not have to be perfect. It does not. It's not intended to be perfect. So whatever you have is going to be good enough. You have about 3 minutes remaining. You want to be sure you drop that draft of a goal in your team charge linked to document A. That document is in news you can use. It's based on what we're doing here because it's about organizational sustainability. It's internal. Not that you couldn't use it for external as well in some way, but this is intended for internal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I could. It's interesting that I wrote the same thing a month ago. So now that's making me think, is this goal, how can I change what I originally wrote it to make it more internal as opposed to just, I wrote a brand new internal goal, but is it still as resonant as my initial one? Maybe I'll just keep that there and I'll write this down as well.
All right, I'm going to ask us in 10 seconds to bring our conversations to a close so that we can spend this last minute making sure we've dropped that draft in the Google Doc. So when I get to 1, if you could close those conversations. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay. All right. 2. All right. Thank you for asking, Cammie. All right. So at this point, I'm going to ask that we close our conversations so that folks who just need a minute to just drop it in their chart can do so. Thank you. So each team has a team charge linked to document A. You can find that link in news you can use. You're simply dropping it in that that column that's highlighted with your name. That's all you have to do at this point. All right. And these documents are going to stay editable, so there is no, race to perfection at all. That is not even what we do as an organization, because we're interrupting that, right? So please be okay with wherever you've landed. Be sure you schedule that conversation with your manager to talk about this goal and whether or not it will be your anti-racism goal. So just some quick next steps, and then we close. We've been together for 2 whole hours. Wow. So some next steps for our team. By mid-August, we're going to share these resources on Team Tools. So Jen and I are working on that. We're going to share a video that walks through the evaluation plan. That'll also be by mid-August. By the end of August, we're going to use these community charge documents to identify themes across the org for what we're working on, to tell us what content we might need to develop. And then just as last fiscal year, from August through September, I'm going to invite each member of the CCC to have a one-to-one with me to talk about not only their goal, but what their team is working on. So those are the next steps coming from this conversation. And I want to close with a huge thank you. So I'm going to read some things on the slide. If this is you, please stand. If you are one of our resident dancers from today, please stand. Stay standing. You guys stay. Listen, you guys stay standing. No, you don't have to. You can dance if you like, Lakin. Go ahead. If you participated in a focus group with the anti-racism and culture team, stand. If you engage, stay standing, stay standing. If you engaged in a leadership development planning session with me, please stand. That should be the entire, Justin, what's happening here? Dr. Jabari, I gotta stand up. If you reviewed the laminated handouts I sent out to give me feedback, please stand. I sent those to a bunch of folks. If you participated in a bias in hiring training, please stand. If you were part of the anti-racism steering committee, please stand. If you tend to inquire and are practicing advocacy, please stand. If you tend to advocate and are practicing inquiry, please stand. If you practice the strategy pi, psi, y this year, please stand. If you have been reading Radical Candor, please stand. If you've been thinking about ways to collaborate better, please stand. If you shared a goal today, please stand. If you've been reading the trust equation, please stand. So look around the room, you all. There is no way this could happen without every single person in this room. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to break next. So we need to be back here by 3:30, and then there's an announcement for Radical Candor. If you have not grabbed a book, everyone has a copy of the book that's either been purchased by their team previously, or there's one here. Please take a book, put your name in it. That is our community reading. All right, enjoy your break. Thank you all so much.
That did go fast. That did go fast. It did. It flew by. It flew by. That was a long day. No, that was good. Yes, you were.
Excellent, excellent job.
Instruction partners, our fireside chat will begin in 60 seconds. Let's make our way to our seats.
All right, instruction partners, come on back in. If anyone's making their way. Thank you so much. We've got the final shift here, so, you know.
It's time to start heading to our seats for the fireside chat. If you're standing, you should be walking to your seat. You had moments to get refreshed, and now it's time to walk on in. Walk on. Let's bring it in. The doors are starting to close, friends. Let's get those last snacks and make our way in.
All right. Is that the handover, Livette? Okay, all right, there we go. Hey, everybody, happy afternoon of our first day here together at Instruction Partners Does Camp. And I was so excited when I found out we were going to be in DC because before moving to Tennessee, I lived here in DC. And this is a city that I know has a special place in a lot of people's hearts on this team, and folks have worked in DC and some folks have past history, but we want to make sure that while we are here, we're able to really learn from the experience of the instructional leaders that have been leading the incredibly hard work of supporting teachers and kids in this particular city. And DC has so much to teach us and so much innovation that has gone into the work of instructional leadership, especially, I would say, over the last 20 years. But really across its whole rich history. So I'm so glad today to have a very esteemed panel, and you will have their bios in Slack if you want to see a one-pager with their history and prior professional experience. And so in order on our stage, we have Shelley Gray, who is a principal currently at LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School. Did I pronounce that properly? LaSalle Bacchus. Thank you. And then my old friend, Rena Johnson. Rena and I worked together between 2009 and 2011, I think, so a long, long time ago, before she became the principal of, hold on, I'm going to get it right. I had it in my head, and Stanton. I was going to say Seton, but thank you. Stanton Elementary. And then Rena is currently working at a foundation, but for the last several years helped launch a number of new charter schools here in the DC area. So she has many hats that she'll get to speak from. And then Allison Williams, we're so glad to have you, Senior Deputy of Chief Content and Curriculum for DC Public Schools. And then Corey Colgan, who has been leading teaching and learning for the District of Columbia Public Schools for many years. And so thank you all so much. Yes, please join me in welcoming this panel. And I get the very easy job of essentially introducing them and then throwing out a couple of questions. And then we're going to open to your questions as well, so we can make this a conversation about instructional leadership in DC. Corey, well, let's just do a quick rundown, starting with Shelley, just to say a quick hello and anything about your leadership journey that you want to share. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the history over time.
Sure. My name, again, see, I'm so used to using my outside voice. My name is Shelley Gray. I'm the proud principal at LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School. This is my 29th year in education, 11 years now with DCPS. My journey in DCPS has been a beautiful journey. I've had the opportunity to start my leadership as an instructional coach. And in the transition from an instructional coach, I had the unique opportunity to work under the leadership of Corey, as well as a manager of elementary literacy, curriculum, and instruction. I have also had the opportunity to work with Allison on the same team. And then I transitioned to assistant principal of literacy. My background, though, is also a bit more diverse in that I do have a background in multilingual education as well. As well as instructional technology. So I transitioned from 3 years as assistant principal to principal, and I've, for the last 5 years, 8 years at LaSalle Bacchus, going into my 9th. And in my journey, I've had the opportunity to lead literacy, curriculum instruction, all assessments, all of our bilingual education, as well as our technology initiatives. And in the last 3 years, I also reopened from the pandemic as a school-wide, the only school-wide computer science education school, pre-K3 through 5th grade. And now moving in as a Con Fellow, I'm looking forward to continuing to grow my expertise so that I can also strengthen the expertise of my community. So thank you for having me.
Oh man, why am I sitting next to you? This is the experience you all absolutely need to hear from. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here, and good afternoon to my esteemed colleagues on the panel. Rena Johnson, I'm the Director of Philanthropy for Children and Families at the Aviv Foundation. I've been there for 6 seconds, which really articulates to 6 months. Prior to, and my portfolio, just so you're clear, is on education and child welfare, but prior to my work at Aviv, I was working for City Bridge Education, which is a place-based operating nonprofit that believes in transforming the public education ecosystem, centering and challenging the narratives of Black and brown children. And so we, in that work, I will say we, often in that work, I helped start the last 6 charter schools that were opened here in DC, including working with a number of DC public schools leaders who were seeking to transform their schools from within. And then prior to that, I was a DC public schools principal. I was the principal of, at the time, DC Scholars Stanton Elementary, which was the lowest performing elementary school in DC. And at the time, the chancellor said, we have got to do something different here. And she launched a national RFP. That RFP allowed us to partner with a high high-performing charter school. And so we were able to turn around Stanton through that relationship. And I would say that the theme that follows me through my career is there has got to be a better way. And now I am where the dollars flow. And my hope is that my dollars can flow to that better way.
Good afternoon. Very happy to be here. My name is Allison Williams. I'm going to start with I am a former DC public school student. So I think what I love most about my journey is that I have come full circle in working at the district where I can think about the experiences I had as a child. I have the blessing and the opportunity to lead our content and curriculum division. Prior to that, I taught everything from 1st through 9th, mostly on the ELA side, but as you know, there's, all of the subjects in some of the elementary years. Then transitioned, I did work as a reading specialist, did work as an instructional coach, and then came to the current position, and I have the ability to lead ELA, math, social studies, science, world language, dual language. For K-12 kiddos across the city. So very, very happy to be here and really excited to learn from my folks that I'm sitting next to and also from you all. So thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, and I'm Corey Colgan. I'm so thrilled to be sitting up here with these lovely ladies whom I know from different times in my career, but yes, I'm the Chief of Teaching and Learning for DC Public Schools. I've been in that role for about 5 years. Prior to that, I was working in DC Public Schools Central Services I've worked there now for a total of 16 years, which is a very long time for our district. So it's obviously, I love it, and that's why I'm still there. So we can talk more about that later. But prior to that, I mostly worked in alternative settings. So I worked in out-of-school time for a while. I worked in a couple of different alternative schools. I worked in a private turnaround school where students were referred if they needed extra support. And I worked for 5 years at Maya Angelou Public Charter School, which is an alternative charter school here in DC. That was originally started for students involved in the juvenile justice system. And I think one thing that I like to share about my leadership journey is that for me, it was always about unexpected turns, things that I did not expect to happen. When I went and got my master's, I specifically chose the teacher leadership program because I was like, I will never leave the classroom. Obviously, that did not come true. But I also thought that I would never, stop working on literacy, which was kind of what I had worked on in teaching. And I also never thought I would work in a public school district because to me, I was all about the alternative settings. But I started to feel really strongly that you can't always achieve what you want through the outside. And what I wanted more than anything else was for all students to have access to really high quality education that can help them open any door that they wanted to open. And so I started in DCPS in 2009, around the same time when there was a big shakeup in DCPS, and everybody was looking to do things differently. And so I was pulled in, and here we are.
I can already tell this is going to be an exciting conversation. So let's start, Corey, with your 16-year experience gives you a sort of vantage over what has changed in that time around the way that instructional leadership is viewed, the way people are supported, what those activities consist of. Can you give us a little bit of your sense of that arc? And then for the rest of the panel, I want you all to then chime in with other things that she might have missed or what was different from your perspective.
Yes. So I'm going to try to keep this to the headlines and the highlights because there's obviously been a lot, as you can imagine. But I will say that from the beginning of this major reform effort, you may be familiar with the story of Michelle Rhee coming in and things were going to change, right? So I'm just going to get to what we focused on in terms of instruction. From the get-go, school leaders were seen as instructional leaders, and that was a non-negotiable. And one of the first things that happened when I joined was the rolling out of what's called the teaching and learning framework, which is just very straightforward: plan, teach, increase effectiveness, right? It's this cycle. But what we wanted to do is define what that meant and looked for DC public schools. So, you know, what are our expectations, our belief, our vision around planning, teaching, and increase effectiveness? And the goal was to really norm all of our instructional leaders, principals, et cetera, on that. And I would say one thing that I think was a plus is that we stayed consistent for many years with that and kind of took one chunk at a time and went deep. So the teach was really the first area that we went really deeply on, and that's where the essential practices, which are the cornerstone of our teacher evaluation framework, that's when those were developed. Everybody was trained on those. And so for instructional leaders, the key question is, what does good instruction look like? How do I observe for it? How do I coach toward it? How do I, hire towards it, et cetera? So it really started with a human capital approach, but through the lens of what is good teaching. And then after a few years of that, we really moved into the plan section. And the timing for us was actually very, very serendipitous that aligned well with when the Common Core state standards were rolled out. We were very enthusiastic and aggressive in rolling out the Common Core state standards because at the time we did not have a consistent DCPS curriculum. We knew we needed a lot more around the what. What are people actually planning for? What are they going to be teaching? And the district was very hungry for that. So we did a ton of professional development around the shifts of the Common Core, and that became the main focus of all of our professional learning. There were some pros and cons to that because it was very focused on ELA and math because of that's where the instructional shifts were. At the same time, we were making some decisions about what curriculum would look like in the district. And so we ended up building our own ELA curriculum from scratch, aligned to the Common Core, and we built it over many years with the input of many of our teachers and school leaders in the district, including some of these guys here. And that was an extreme labor of love, but I think also helped define who we were as a district, because in doing so, we could make decisions that we felt were best for our students here in DCPS, so like reflecting our students and our communities. And, and that was something that we got better at and evolved over time. So that's a little bit about the plan part. And then for increased effectiveness, we knew that we needed to support all of our teachers, our coaches, our school leaders with improving the implementation of curriculum and the day-to-day teaching. And so we started by building a coaching model, and we invested a lot in instructional coaches and having managers of instructional coaches, coaching them and helping them improve. And then a shift happened where we realized that although there were successes of the coaching program, what was missing was that real deep knowledge of content-specific pedagogy. So the general instructional coaching role wasn't kind of getting all the results that we wanted in terms of changing instructional practice, and that for teachers to get really good at what they were doing, it was best for them to work with an expert who knew their content area and knew pedagogy, but specifically how does that pedagogy relate to my content area. And so we rolled out initiative called LEAP. Allison was one of the first members of that team who came in to help build the system. LEAP is a crazy acronym that's not really an acronym at all, but it stands sort of for...
We don't know what that's like.
Okay, you have some familiarity with this. It's like learning together to accelerate practice. So the joke is the T is silent. But anyways, LEAP set up two things. One, it was content-specific coaches in the schools that would work with teams of content teachers on cycles of improvement. And so they would do shared learning together, looking at data together, planning together. And then the other part about it that I think was really unique is that we built a curriculum for those LEAP coaches. So all of the sort of shared learning sessions that they would lead with their teachers, we were supporting them by creating the content of those shared learning sessions. And in the beginning, it was very, like many things that we did, it was more tight in the beginning, like everybody will follow this same cycle in ELA and this cycle in math. And then over time, it's, LEAP is still fully in place, but there's much more, school-based driven decisions around how that has worked. So those were the three major components, and then I'm going to speed up, so I'm not taking up too much time, but over the next years after that, it's just been, as you would expect anywhere, just trying to continually improve what we're doing. So we worked a lot on teaming, academic leadership teams, and MTS teams, broadening our definition of instruction to include social emotional learning and supports, really fine-tuning our practices around data meetings and planning meetings. So that's something that we've concentrated on a lot in recent years. And then the other thing I would say we've concentrated a lot on recent years is just really building the expertise of our educators, including principals, and everyone else in the building on the research-based practices around particular content areas. So we did a lot of work on literacy and reading for years, and most recently, the whole science of reading, that is something we have gone very deeply into. We spend a lot of time on professional development with that. And then based on results post-pandemic, we are now shifting our gaze towards math in terms of really trying to build a deep expertise around math. Nobody in DCPS is allowed to say, I'm not a math person. Nobody. In fact, all the principals had to make a pledge in front of the chancellor that they are math people. So I am a math person, Allison is a math person, Shelley is a math person. And yeah, so we're not, we want to go as deeply as we did with reading and try to learn from some of the successes we've had there and apply that to the math world.
Thank you so much for that overview. So panelists, what would you add that you think was important? What was your experience of it? And to the degree that you want to pull it in, what about that whole journey was hard?
Yeah, one thing that I would say, especially as a former student, that really stands out to me, I've worked in Prince George's, Montgomery, like all of the surrounding districts. One of the things that felt just exciting to me and invigorating was this moment where we decided that we needed to really define the DCPS way. And I think going back to the creation of the cornerstone, so when Corey was talking through the curriculum and building the curriculum from scratch, I remember one of the most compelling reasons that I wanted to come here was because DCPS was a place that unapologetically said, no matter where you are in the city, there are particular experiences, there's a particular way that you should experience school, there are particular experiences that you should have. And so while that started with cornerstones and also with curriculum, it also has become this way that we think about how we support our teachers, how we support our school leaders. And so I feel like this unifying concept is something that is a lever and a difference maker for our kiddos. And I think that's just the one thing I think that I would add.
And I would say I have the opportunity to look at it from two different lenses. I saw the shift as I was working with the team and the curriculum, and then I shifted to a school-based position. And one of the things that DCPS has done, and a word that sticks with me, is alignment. And alignment is critical. So as I transitioned as an assistant principal, I was not a general assistant principal. One of the things that DCPS has also done in this journey, yes, we are instructional leaders, but to ensure that our staff is growing, it starts from the top. And so I led literacy instruction, but I was an instructional leader. I am an instructional leader. And my lens at that time was literacy and the other buckets I shared. But it gave me the opportunity, and all the other school leaders that were coaching a particular content area, to really hone in and support educators in that particular area and help to grow their capacity. So alignment was and still is essential. And so the aspect of coaching that Corey also shared, coaches are not just our instructional coaches. Coaches are our school leaders. So it starts with the principal, the assistant principal, and all other members of the administration team. So alignment was essential. And then the other piece that I would also add is there is this progression where we have focused on literacy. Then there was a focus on ensuring that content knowledge was built. Then we transitioned to data and really strengthening how do we utilize data to inform instruction. And then now we're looking at mathematics. And so we're building capacity in a district to be able to sustain over time. And that also will help in an urban district, as many districts are transient. You want to be able to make sure that when they're building taking a systematic approach, that it works across the district. I will say one more piece from it. Not every school is going to be at the same place, right? And so it truly was a cultural shift, and I could see it as a professional development trainer. It wasn't always easy at every school, including mine. And so it is a culture shift, and one of the things that I appreciate about this journey is the level of steadiness and the willingness to hear what is happening at the school base and receive that feedback, to be able to build, tweak, refine, and then also help to continue to support that shift in schools that are moving faster and schools that might need a little bit more time.
I won't repeat. I mean, everything that they've experienced, I experienced the exact same thing. And I'll just start with what was hardest. Was everybody does not believe that they're an instructional leader. And that just changing and shifting that mindset when you are faced with a baby every day that's like, I don't even want to pick up that book, right? And trying to, as a school leader, figure out how do I not only influence this educator, this teacher, to believe that they can be the lever that changes that child's relationship with reading. That was the work that I had to do as a principal, and I am grateful for the opportunity to innovate and figure out how to do that best. And I was able to do that in the container of DCPS. But I will say, shifting the mindset was the hardest part. And also, I would say across time, in the work that I am doing now, but previously, right, instructional, it was really just, when we said instructional leader, most people were just like, oh, the principal? And part of what my responsibility also was to distribute that leadership. Not only help that teacher understand their power, but also distribute that leadership through my academic leadership team. What I am finding now, what I'm so happy to see, is this idea of teaming, right? Where we are all bringing a lot of gifts and assets, and if we wrap all of our knowledge about young people together we can actually really transform the experience of a young person. And so whether it's in a 3-year time span in middle school, whether it's across 8 years if you're in an elementary school, depending upon what your configuration is, I do believe that we are growing from this place of this individual operates singularly to we come together around young people, and there are tools and resources that I think are aligning with that.
Thank you. So I have always admired the DC community and DCPS, I would say in particular, for like going all in on the work that you take on. And I think we saw that with curriculum with Cornerstones. I think we saw that with just sort of your innovations around LEAD. And you've tried a lot of things. And obviously the context has changed in ways, and COVID was, its own specific journey in a bunch of ways. But I feel like you have seen growth in DC in ways that, the country admires. But there also have been things that probably didn't have the gains that you thought they were going to have. And I'd love to hear your introspection a little bit on sort of what you think really made the biggest difference, what you thought would make a bigger difference than it did, and what you think it will take to fundamentally give students an equitable education. And maybe we can start, Shelley.
I look at every challenge as an opportunity. It does not matter what the challenge is. Challenges are good. Life is a challenge. And what I've found in my leadership role, we started at LaSalle. We were actually a 40-40 school when I started there 8 years ago. We are now in the new ranking. We are ranked 20th in all elementary schools in the city and 15th in DCPS. And so we are also, every community that we serve in DC, I serve at LaSalle. So we have a multilingual, over 43% of our population is multilingual, almost 20% students with disabilities and undocumented students. We have we teeter every year between 75 and 100 children that are homeless and doubled up. And yet we do not accept that as a challenge and an excuse for excellence. I would say the biggest challenge has been making sure that everyone has the same mindset that I do. My mindset is that my expectation of self is excellence. So what I do is what I also expect from the community. If it doesn't, again, start with me, I can't transfer that into the community. And in that, too, my staff always says, Principal Gray, go big or go home. I say to our staff, we have to also ensure that we plan, and we're very strategic about the planning. And so, yes, we are innovative, but also we are consistent. What does that mean? We have aligned ourselves. We do have a LaSalle way. The LaSalle way is that we align with DCPS. The LaSalle way is that we use best practices from DCPS, and then we also inform what is it that we need to do for our specific school community with best practices. So it started with ensuring that we took a very systematic approach to schedules, ensuring that every teacher, every educator could provide the instructional support that is needed for all children. And that was a challenge. Special education teachers, ELL teachers were not accustomed to being able to not have to fight a battle for their time and their space in the program. Our schedule is aligned to DCPS, and it has not changed. And when teachers get their plans, they get it the year prior. So they go into the summer knowing what the expectation is the next year. And what we also find has been a challenge is we had to ensure that we focused on literacy. We focused on building best practices, but I had to be able to be steadfast with professional development around how to the best practices for teaching instruction that did not start with just literacy, was really lesson planning. Ensuring that teachers knew what quality lesson planning looked like in the realm of literacy, in the realm of mathematics, in the realm of all subject areas, and then how do we tweak it to ensure that we're meeting IEP expectations, our multilingual community, and just children that need a little extra love and attention. And then how do I make sure I bring our staff along? That also starts with a good leadership team. My leadership team has not changed other than a retirement in 5 years. And so in order to see success, it also requires retention of your staff and your team. And so I would say, too, what DCPS has also made an investment in is in the staff and working with school leaders on how to best do that to ensure that we have those systems in place. And then finally, I would say lessons learned from the pandemic. My vision was always, my previous years, I was actually an engineer major. So I did want to, even though I was assistant principal at literacy, I love math and science and computers. Yes, I'm an educator. And so my dream was to eventually get back into ensuring that students had access to technology in a way that it is utilized not only to strengthen and their ability to be really sound learners of the 21st century community, but to be analytical thinkers, to be problem solvers, to use it for a vehicle for collaboration. And so now our students are able to see technology as a really positive learning tool. It's helped build language. So our students, we have moved from growth now, consistent growth, to now students with achievement. And so now when we see students that could not speak English at the beginning of the year, can speak English, and as a Black leader, a Black female leader that's also bilingual, I've also told my native English speakers, you will learn a language. And so that's the best way to be able to ensure that we can communicate and build relationships. And DCPS creates a space to allow me as a school leader to also make decisions that are best for the community while aligning to DCPS and still having a LaSalle way.
I would just briefly add, I think one thing that has remained consistent and I would say is foundational to DC's ability to continue to grow is data is king, right? Like I think we have done over the last, so I might not look it, but I've been in the system for 15 years, yes. Whoa. And across the 15 years, right, I mean, you know, we've always been talking about how is this initiative or this thing or how is this community or this school supporting Black and brown children or students who are at risk or students who are in care or multilingual learners. We've been asking those questions, but we haven't lifted that data up for the city to see in a way that raises all boats. And I have had the opportunity to work across both the traditional sector and the charter sector. And I think with the bright light shining on the data, like we are all, whether you're in a charter space or you're in a district school, you are like, that's where I want to be. And I am competing for I'm competing for the betterment of all children. And so it's not like you over there and you over there, but in fact, the data is telling us that none of us are doing well. And so we all have a responsibility to figure out what we have to do differently. And so I would say that data has consistently been the thing that speaks across the city. And I would say COVID, I just shined a brighter light on that.
My initial thought from your question, just thinking at the systems level, previously may have been somewhat of a barrier, but is now like the accelerator, is just building and spending the time to go slow and go deep so that we can go fast, right? So making the connections, having the shared learning opportunities with our instructional superintendents who lead our school leaders building their expertise and their understanding of what they should be looking for when they go into a building, transferring that knowledge to the school leaders, many of which already had it, clearly, but some of which, again, to Shelley's earlier point, are just in a different space on their learning trajectory, right? And so prior to, I think we're in a space right now where we, as the Office of Teaching and Learning, we have such a good shared understanding and shared expectation of what sound instruction looks like with our instructional leaders in the district, that we're now able to see, you know, our principals are developing teachers at a more equalized way, right? And so we're seeing this more rapid growth of our teachers, which is now translating to an accelerated level of growth for our students. And that really is concretized in our literacy data, and now we're looking to like take the learning from what we've done with that in literacy and kind of transfer that over in math. So that's what that.
Yep, I agree with everything. Every time one of them spoke, I was like, oh yeah, and then that, and then that. And now I have a million ideas in my head, so I'm like, okay. One thing I will say is the retention is critical. Sometimes I feel like our biggest challenge is because we have done so much, and you can't repeat everything you've done every year for every new person who comes in. And so keeping people is critical. And just like one small little technical thing that the district did that I think was helpful to instructional leadership was, and I honestly don't know because, as you know, I've been at DCPS for a long time now. I don't know if other districts do this, but trying to protect the instructional leadership role of the principal by creating other positions, like we created director of strategy and logistics or a manager of strategy and logistics. So these are other roles in the buildings that we've defined, that we provide professional development for, et cetera, that frees up more time for the principal to really focus on instruction. So that was just a little thing that came to mind. I'm not sure it means greater retention for school leaders, but hopefully it contributes to it in a little way. Shelley is affirming, so that's good to know. I also, you know, when you were talking about challenge, to me, I always just, like, I want to go faster, and there is, like, no getting around going faster. I mean, like, the slow and steady work. You know, sometimes I often feel disappointed that we didn't go faster in the literacy work because I feel like years ago, we knew exactly what the science of reading was saying, and we were trying to get there. I think the really important thing is that alignment and that work of norming. We had to work really hard to get all of the leadership within central services totally aligned. And I think my definition of aligned has really evolved over time. Like, if sometimes you think, oh yeah, we're totally aligned. This is great, right? And this exists still. Like, we work on this all the time, even in the Office of Teaching and Learning. Like, we think we're aligned, but when you go like 4 levels deeper, are you actually really aligned? Because when it comes to the feedback that a teacher gets in a classroom, or how you score a piece of student work, or how you plan this lesson, you know, that's where the shallow level of alignment can fall apart, and a deeper level of alignment will really drive towards progress. So I think that really deep alignment is something that we continue to work on and has always been something I care a lot about. And I think in terms of where we need to go, and I think you spoke to this a bit, but definitely I think for us, specifically in DCPS, special education is still an area where we have a lot of work to do, and a lot of mindset work to do. And we are, again, it comes back to that alignment, or my new favorite word for this year, which is all around cohesion. But we need to, while we did a lot of things right with literacy, and despite my wanting to go faster, apparently we were the fastest improving urban district in the entire country when it came to literacy. So that we're doing something right. But I believe we can go faster if we increase the cohesion. So Allison knows this, I challenge the team all the time. We can't have no more math session here, special ed session over there is not happening anymore. It has to be the same. It has to be, what does math look like for all students? And so that's what we're, kind of trying to figure out, like at a systems level, which is really challenging. And sometimes it's just really challenging in terms of logistics and the number of people that we want to train in these sessions. But we're just trying to shift those mindsets so that any burden that burden isn't the right word, but like any task that the school or a teacher needs to do, like I need to plan a class for every one of my students, which includes students of different race, students of different backgrounds, students who have learning disabilities, students who are multilingual learners, and everything, right? So if the teacher has to do that, we have to be able to deliver on a session for that reality. We have to be able to do that work 3 times at our level to give them something that's really helpful and supportive of that really difficult task that they have in front of them.
Okay, I have one last question, and then I'm coming to you all. So start getting your questions ready, and we'll have a good chunk of time for digging in. So you all know a little bit about instruction partners. We are a partner to schools and school systems and states. I'm curious how you all think about where partnership has value in the work that you have done or led, just conceptually. And then if you can overlay on that a little bit ESSER and the end of ESSER. We've talked a lot about the end of ESSER for the ecosystem and for our own organization and such, but I think it's really important for us to understand what choices are you having to grapple with, and what does that feel like for you all?
Well, I guess I can start. So I will say we have been blessed with great partners over this whole trajectory. So different partners at different times for different things. I think it is key that you choose your partners wisely. But we've had partners who have been wonderful in helping develop expertise in specific content areas. So for instance, in our science of reading work, we've had great partners in that work. Sometimes they've been university partners, sometimes they've been other organizations. I also think, so basically in that kind of situation, they are extending, it's critically important that we're totally aligned, again, on that expertise. What are they going to be looking for, observing for, giving feedback? What resources? Are those resources totally aligned to our philosophy around that content area or that approach? But if so, when they are, that's when the magic happens, because they're just extending and amplifying the work that we're trying to do. And the schools love working with great partners. We've had so many schools say oh, this partner is so amazing, because they just, well, you all know, I'm sure you do it. You add that support, that thought partnership, holding up a mirror, but it's not the district people, so that it feels safer and feels better. So I think, we have, I don't know, I could go on more about specific partners, but I don't know if you guys want to add anything on the partners before we do ESSER, maybe?
I think from a partnership standpoint, I agree with Corey 100% about alignment, about just the philosophical beliefs as well. But I also think that my experience, and I've had some very good partnerships over the years, what I have found the success has been is when partners, for lack of better words, are not coming in to save a school. They are coming in truly to build a relationship, to understand the community, to offer and to further enhance what is already there. And so that is one of the things that I have seen as one of the greatest successes to some of the partnerships. I can say to partners we had Literacy Lab, where they were willing to also hear and understand, yes, you have a great program in place, but I also need tutors that understand multilingual education and that are fluent in another language. And then from DC Scores, yes, they are providing a physical aspect as well as the poetry and empowerment. But as they continue to further build a relationship and understand our school, we actually now have a partnership for high impact tutoring, and they contributed and donated devices to our school to further develop our computer science. So I think partnerships also are fluid. I do believe that a school then should offer something else to continue that relationship. And really what I mean by that is when our partners are trying to further their work, how can I support that? What can our community also do? So I look at it as a vehicle to be able to strengthen each other. And then ESSER, I don't know where you want to, well, from an ESSER standpoint, Lord have mercy. I'm missing the money already. And the reason why I say that is because we were able to build some other programming that is not sustainable without the ESSER funds. But because we knew it was going, what we decided to do is figure out how we can create those same systems within our school community. And now we're looking at how can we connect with partners that are willing to provide a service to the schools. They're in service of a community, meaning that everything should not cost thousands and thousands of dollars in service of a public school institution. And so we have been able to expand our partnership. We have one with Ernst & Young right now, and they are funding the program themselves to be able to provide the support to the school. ESSER was great to start to build a tutoring program. It was also phenomenal for us. We utilized it to continue to leverage the professional development that DCPS was already providing. And then from a school-based level, we took that one step further with our ESSER funds. And we continue to use additional admin premium. And we had our teachers come back early and provide more time for the professional development with the resources that the school district provided. We also took it another step further. Everyone has been trained in instruction and data analysis and planning for instruction, from our educational aides to our behavior techs, to our bilingual aides, to our teachers and all educators. And so ESSER allowed us to build capacity of content knowledge, to build capacity for teaching and learning, and also then to start partnerships, sustain some that will continue through other grants, but also to build some new ones without the money.
I think the one thing I would add about partners specifically, I think about them as like a force multiplier. So like as a mom of 3, like there's so many people that can tell my kids things that they're not going to hear from me. So that kind of gets to like, it's not the district saying it. The other piece is one of the partnerships that I most value is one in particular who has actually helped us to identify challenges that we're facing as a district. And then because they have capacity and time and resources, they help us to build resources to address those challenges, which turn into resources that are then open for, anyone in America to use, So we've engaged with partners that have really helped us to actually create resources for our schools that have been, like, I would say groundbreaking. So.
I'll go really quickly just to make sure that you all also have time, which is, and I apologize, I'm on my phone because I'm so into what everybody else is saying. I'm like, I gotta remember this. I would say on the partnership front, 2 words: co-design and attend to power dynamics. I think everything that Shelley said, and recognizing that there are hierarchies in schools that ought to be flattened, but it is, as an outsider, it is important for you to understand what those dynamics are when you are coming in, and I see that time and time again in the partnerships that I've helped facilitate for schools here in the district. And then the last thing I would say on the one thing I would say on ESSER is it's the time to exercise discipline. We know the money's going away. So What have we learned? Have we collected the data? Did we write it down? Did we share it with somebody? How are we sharing across both systems and sectors and schools so that we can make the most of what we learned from that influx of cash, because it is going away. So discipline is what I would say, exercise, and really take the time to reflect on what you've learned.
Is there anything you want to add on ESSER?
I feel like I could spend hours talking about ESSER. I won't, I promise. I mean, I think it was very exciting. A lot of our money did go to tutoring, and that, I think, although we won't be able to continue it at the same scale, I think it will. I think it has definitely taken hold, and people have found ways to continue that even without the ESSER funds. We also, I think, made some good investments on things that probably, I don't know, maybe other districts thought were kind of crazy, but we believe strongly, I don't want to leave this room without saying that we believe strongly in a well-rounded education. So we put some ESSER funds to things that usually don't get the love, like they're a little bit harder. So some science supplies, climbing walls for our PE program, like all kinds of things that we wanted to make school exciting and rich and interesting for kids, and those things will stay. So that's very exciting. We also, we knew it would be tough, but we hired a lot of people on ESSER funds, and it is really tough to see them go because they've done great work. And like I was saying, special ed is an area where we're really trying to do a lot of mindset work, and we started this idea of what we were calling a squad, where it was a team of like really effective special educators, teachers who would go and spend all day, every day for a period of time in a school and work shoulder to shoulder with folks in the school, in the teaching or coaching role, to just sort of help show what's possible and help try to, inspire them and build their capacity and that kind of thing. And I feel like it was just getting really good, and we just haven't found a way to like keep that structure in place. Certainly we've learned from it. There's a lot of lessons learned. We'll apply those, and we'll take away a lot from that, but I just wish we had more time with it. So that's just one example. But yeah, I think we've tried to do a good job of either taking hold of the lessons learned or planning for continuing work that was started under ESSER.
Thank you.
May I say one more thing? And I apologize. Something that struck me that Corey did say was, and I appreciated it, was that we did not just focus on literacy and mathematics with ESSER funds. I appreciated it being able to have the opportunity to build our resources. So ESSER funds allowed me to, I surveyed our staff and our teachers. What is it that you need to be successful? So we were able to utilize the ESSER funds to build a teacher resource room. They have all the equipment that they need, decodable texts, libraries, additional books and resources for lesson planning. They have kits and intervention programs. We were able to buy my SGA meets with me monthly, and the student government president let me know that we don't have enough toys to play with outside. So we were able to use ESSER funds for outdoor equipment. This district felt very strongly about outdoor learning. I love our garden now. And we would not have been able to have a space for fellowship and learning outside without ESSER funds. So one of the things that I did want to highlight that Corey did mention is around the idea that we are looking at the whole child. I had the opportunity to also bring on a restorative practice coordinator when the ESSER funds came through. We were a school that 8 years ago, I would have never had on these shoes because I was running with everybody else and moving and shaking. And this year we didn't have a fight. We didn't have a suspension. And so, yes, I can wear these shoes. And so,
Earn those shoes, Shelley.
I earned them. And so the ESSER funds did allow to build a framework for success. Now our goal is to maintain it and keep it going.
Thank you. All right, let's open it up for questions. Jen has a mic, so just raise your hand and we'll get around.
Hi. I was wondering, you all have talked about instructional leadership being at like various levels, like across the district. And so kind of a two-pronged question. First, from like central services, like how do you all approach supporting principals who may be at different levels in their leadership journey? And then from the principals, what has been the most helpful or impactful thing in terms of how they have supported you in your journey?
So I guess our main vehicles for supporting principals, the first is the instructional superintendent role, which we haven't talked about today, actually, which is odd. But so we have a great team of instructional superintendents. I think another area that we're very lucky is that I understand in some districts, one superintendent might have 25 schools or something like that. Our superintendents typically have between 12 and 16 schools, and their title is instructional superintendent, not just area superintendent or something like that. So they learn together. We in OTL work with the superintendents very closely. We have several learning series with them that are probably 3 or 4 touch points a month on our instructional priorities, and then they are helping to lead the principals and develop them, depending on where the principals are in their journey. It's really the role of the instructional superintendent to support them. So that's a major piece. We also have something called the cluster support model, which I could probably spend a lot of time talking about, but just very briefly, we have content area experts, and these are the folks that sit on our team. So ELA, math, science, social studies, tech, special ed. And so they're managers who are assigned to a particular cluster or two, and they can provide some of that. I mean, it's not their role specifically to develop the principal, but they're being present in the building and sharing feedback, and what they're seeing in classrooms when they visit with the principal can help also, develop the principals. And then we have a Leadership Academy series during the year, although that's only 3 or 4 times a year. So that's important learning, but it's not that frequent. And then last thing, also related to professional development, is we have gotten into the habit, I guess, of doing leadership institutes in the summer. Actually, years ago, I think you were there, Shelley, maybe Rena too, but and I know Allison, I think, was in the schools when we used to do like 2-week-long leadership institutes, which just about killed everybody, I think. So I don't recommend that, actually. But now we're down to like 2 days. So for this year, our institute is called the Dream Institute. It's actually next week. We're very busy getting ready. It's all focused on math. And all learners related to math, and it's so DREAM stands for DCPS Road to Equity and Achievement in Mathematics. So it's our big, strategic plan around math. But the leaders will all come for 2 days, and we'll hear from experts, research. We'll work together. We'll hear from teachers, and it'll be a great learning experience. And then we try to keep that learning going throughout the year.
I would say from a school-based leadership level, it does start. It's macro. We do start the school year off with all school leaders. Then we do have our quarterly leadership institutes. But what I do appreciate is we have a cluster model. So our instructional coach, our instructional superintendent, and all the instructional superintendents take on either one focus or a foci for their cluster. And it generally is based on what they see as a general need for development of the principals in the cluster. So for example, we focused 1 year all on weekly data and how can the principal coach one teacher through the entire year in order to build their capacity. And so what also has helped is our instructional coaches then come in. And my experience has been they observe, then we get immediate feedback, and then we are expected to continue to implement it. It's cyclical, so that happens several times a year. And yes, we do also, I have great partnerships with our cluster support specialists and managers, so oftentimes what they will often do is come in and do the instructional walks with us. It helps for us to get an objective lens on what they see, and then they provide not only me with feedback, but they also provide our instructional coaches. And that way we're developing as a team and then implementing as a team. And they do come in depending on the need of the school. Sometimes it's biweekly, sometimes it's monthly, sometimes it's quarterly. And then every school leader is also part of our leadership framework on our evaluation is the expectation to grow professionally. And so instructional superintendents also hold us to that. And so we are charged to set goals for ourselves and continue our professional development. So for example, I wanted to spend my last year in developing my expertise in early childhood. So the school district provided a certification program, and we were able to do that. And so there are opportunities consistently for us to grow, but it's also the expectation to do so.
What else? Panza right behind you also has.
Hi, y'all. Thank you so much for dedicating some time to build some context and knowledge for us in the DC landscape. Historically, the city has changed a lot over the past 20 years, specifically racially and socioeconomically. And I'm curious if you all could just share a little bit about how you've seen some of those shifts reflected in your schools or within the DC landscape. I'm talking about, have you seen it represented in your staff, your leaders, or your students, or have you seen it shifted in the quality of education from a lot of the shifts we've seen in the city? I am a DC resident, by the way, and just curious to pick your mind.
You want me to start? All right. Well, okay. I guess I can start. I think Rena from the overall ecosystem, but so yeah, I don't know if you were talking about like demographic shifts in the city primarily. Yeah, right. Okay. So I mean, I think one thing that we have seen happen over my tenure at DCPS is there has been demographic shifts, so a number of our schools, depending on where they are in the city, have experienced gentrification, and that has led to real challenges in leading your school community, because those tensions that are playing out in the community around you can be brought into the school. And so I feel like the way that we have really tried to support school leaders, because really the school leader sits at the nexus of that, and it's really important for them to have support in working through that. So one of our cluster support approaches, but even before we had the cluster support model, we had like community and family engagement specialists who would work closely with school leaders. And they have worked also in partnership with a couple of nonprofit organizations whose focus actually is on supporting community in schools, and particularly in gentrifying communities. And like their role is basically to help the school leader and the school team, one, make sure they're hearing the voices of everyone and not just certain community parts of the community. Also have seen a lot of, in very recent times, a lot of influx of migrant families, and that has division on my team, and they support multilingual learners and have been really going above and beyond to support a lot of our migrant families, obviously just beyond learning the language, but just helping them with the variety of needs that they arrive with in terms of just real material needs and needing to know more about what's available to them in the community and what supports can they get connected with. And they have worked closely with school teams in enrolling these students and helping them to be successful. And I mean, honestly, I've been brought to tears like so many times to see how our school communities have stepped up to welcome new families who have been through really difficult times. So those are just, I think, two examples that came to mind with your question. And
Yeah, I appreciate your question, and I would say that, I mean, just to name the thing, right, DC is changing rapidly as it relates to both race and socioeconomic status, and where all of those challenges and the complexity of those challenges end up are in schools. And I think that we are not where we want to be, but certainly I think from what Corey is sharing, we are moving in the right direction. I'd say, on two fronts. One, in this last tenure of our just departing State Superintendent of Education, Christina Grant, who is also a good friend, I think one of the things that she wanted to be true is that dollars flow directly to schools where possible. And I think the fundamental belief is that in your school context, as a school leader, you know what's best for your kids, your community. Despite the fact that we have an all-choice system, so kids can flow between charters and districts. Kids are predominantly students who are living in poverty are choosing their schools that are right in their neighborhood. So that leads to a more segregated system. And so I think in a lot of ways we have tried to just name the thing that is in fact happening, and that there is a responsibility on our city council, there's a responsibility on our advocates to ensure that when the dollars flow, you better give me more of those dollars too, because our needs are much more complex. So I would say that that is work in progress, but it is certainly work that is happening. And then I'd also say that in terms of naming the thing, the way that we think about talent is different in this city than I think we have thought about it as I look across my time here. And that, all of the studies show, right, when our young people see themselves in the leadership, in the fabric of their schools, then they see opportunity, they see greater possibility. And that doesn't mean that we all don't have a role, but there is something about having a leader who looks like them and speaks their language. And I think that what we are also experiencing in the city is just that naming the thing and then also recruiting those leaders. And so you will, if you just look across, DCPS, this website, right? Like you'll see who's leading. Go DCPS, given the proportionality of young people of color in this city. And I'd also say at City Bridge, one of the things that we really focused on, especially in the charter space, historically, charters were started by white men who were attached to some significant wealth. And what our role was in the last 7 years working at City Bridge was changing the narrative of who leads and succeeds. And that meant whatever we needed to do to recruit and train and support the sustainability of, in particular, Black leaders, in particular, Black women leaders, we would do that thing. So I think naming the thing, shifting where the money flows, and also really thinking about talent is something that DC has done a really great job at.
I could add one more thing that you had also really mentioned that sticks with me is around the representation. I think one of the things that we also failed because we don't want to name it, is that conflict is not just due to gentrification, white, black, and brown. What I have seen is a shift also, speaks to what Corey has mentioned, with the increase of immigrants into a city that was predominantly Black. That, like LaSalle, we were faced with conflict. and not necessarily physical fighting, but conflict of now how do we approach supporting both our Black community and our Latino community. And now we're shifting and we are seeing some gentrification. And then what also has happened in DC, which you will see in any school district, including DCPS, is the loss of a voice. And so I've also observed where many Black residents, students, families have felt that their voice is lost when there has been a significant shift. And so what I have experienced too is, being that I am a Black female that is also bilingual, I've had to be real mindful of making sure that when I'm speaking Spanish, that I am speaking to my community, my Spanish-speaking community, but also then making sure that my native English-speaking community is also spoken to at the same rate. And so what I think we also have to be able to recognize is how then do we create a staff where we can balance that. So I'm looking out in this space. I'm loving all the men in education here. I do want to name that, and Black and brown men as well. Representation matters, to your point. So there, yes, there has been a shift. You have seen where there were, in some areas, more white educators and less Black and brown educators. 30% of my staff are actually Black and brown men. That is not always the case. And what also happens is DCPS is invested in hiring multilingual teachers. They have invested in hiring Black and brown men, not for behavior roles, but for teacher roles. And so that is also a shift in DC. And so those are a few things that I have observed in my tenure. And I started my career in Montgomery County. I worked also in Tampa. And neither of those communities have done that same work to the same level that I have had the unique opportunity to experience in DC, despite the changes.
Thank you. I think we have time for 2 more questions, maybe 3.
Hello. My question is for Shelley, but I think maybe anyone could answer. It sounds like there's a really strong community in your school and like a strong community surrounding you. So thinking about the fact that we're an external partner often coming into communities, what is the homework that you expect that an external partner has done about your community before they even walk in the door and see your face to show that they are putting in the appropriate amount of care in entering your community?
Great question.
That is the best question. I love it. I would say 2 things first, and I actually say this. I ask this question: have you researched DCPS? Because you need to learn and understand the school system before you even approach a school. And so that's always my first question. The second question is what do you already know about LaSalle? And so I would say to any partner coming in is that they have done their homework to be able to know what they can about the school and the school community, and starting with a strength-based approach. When a partner is coming in, my ask is that a partner starts out with, we see these are the things that we see are going well. It doesn't feel good when someone says to you, we see you need this and you need that and this isn't happening. And it doesn't feel good for children. Why would it feel good for adults in a community? So being able to also take a strength-based approach once you've done your homework about the school, and then you can start with a strength-based question, a strength-based response. Now, what is it that you have to offer that is already in place? And so coming with a plan, and then being able to be willing to also be flexible with the plan. The art of flexibility is the beauty of a partnership, and it goes both ways. I have to be flexible, and my community has to be flexible, and I will admit, my staff says this, Corey might say it too, as she's worked with me, I'm type A times 1,000. And so I have had to learn, and that is a work in progress for me because I see things in a very systematic, operational way. And so it goes both ways. That art of flexibility is critical.
Yeah. Principal Gray, can you extend that with just a few sentences that will also give us a window into your extraordinary school community, and just tell us about LaSalle, like what you would want someone to say in response to the question of the strengths about your school?
I love what I do. I love LaSalle. I would want someone to acknowledge we are a very close-knit school community, and I would want partners to see that. And what I mean by that is while I have 72 staff members, we are a family. And so in that, we have built that family over time, and I would want our partnership to see that. I also have a beautiful, diverse community of students and families. And so LaSalle also, our children's voices matter. And so yes, we have built a community where the voices of the adults, the voices of the children matter. And so for a school community and a partnership, I would want a partner to be able to know that we have worked very hard to build a community. We've worked very hard to create systems for everyone to be successful. And we have worked very hard to create systems for teachers, for educators, and for children. And so in that, I'd also, that our instructional approach, we have small group learning across every subject. We have our computer science across every class and grade. We have programmatic resources across all classrooms. And then we have also built a social-emotional component so that our children are in their executive states, but our teachers then, we've removed barriers in order to ensure that they can teach. And so when a partner comes in, I would want a partner to know that they are part of our community. And so we have a handbook. So that handbook would be also provided to the partner. And I think a partner should also want to have access to the handbook in order to know how does the school operate? How does the school create schedules, implement programs, be able to utilize resources for different populations? And then how can they further enhance the school's program and support the school in growing and achieving with the resources and expertise that they have. I think that that's really where we'd want to go.
Thank you so much. Okay, one more question. Monica.
Corey, thank you so much for bringing the experience of students with disabilities up multiple times in your comments. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering, knowing what you know and with the priorities that you have in front of you now, if you could go back, would you do anything differently about the way that you structured your professional learning opportunities for your teachers and principals?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I was actually like thinking about that while I was sitting up here, but it's hard to say because there's also like, obviously, I think the biggest challenge of the job is like you can only do so much at any given time, right? And there's an infinite number of things to do. But I do think that if we could have engaged, done that sort of integration of special education learning with content learning all the way back when we were doing the Common Core instructional shifts, which I think was our sort of defining moment, one of our defining moments in terms of defining instruction for the district. I think, yeah, we could have done a lot better. We also, I think, could have in any of our initiatives like LEAP or Cornerstones, which was a particular curricular initiative related to equity, like we could have done a better job of making more visible. I think we always had like the nod to students with disabilities, but it wasn't deep enough to really shift practice. And somewhere along the line, I'm not sure when or where or how, we, I think, needed to do more mindset work with our leaders on students with disabilities. I think we just felt there was like so much work we were doing. And there, we were almost starting with a blank slate, it seemed like, which sounds crazy, and that is not to disrespect any of the work that had happened in DCPS, but at the moment that I entered, a lot had been taken away, and it was like starting from a blank slate almost. And yeah, so I think if we had started at the beginning with students furthest from opportunity, or like we always say with scheduling, start with your students with disabilities schedules first, and everything else will fall in place. Like if we had found a way to put that mindset at the center of our work, I think, things would have been different.
Please join me in thanking this awesome panel for sharing your wisdom and reflections. Thank you all so much. I know we have a few gifts to say thank you for spending some time with us during this very busy time. And we will all be thinking about you next week during your institute and thinking about the year that you are launching with teachers. I don't know who I'm supposed to hand it to next, so I'm just going to stop talking.
I didn't turn it off. I swear. Do you have your mic? Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah. What's that? B. All right, y'all, let's give another round of applause for our panel. All right, y'all, we made it. We got through day one. Give yourselves a big round of applause. All right, but before we leave today, we have one more song to teach you. And this is something that we are going to do to close out every day, because we are going to have announcements every day. Could I have the next slide, please? This is actually not a repeat after me song. This is one where you will need to know some lyrics, okay? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sing this song first. Y'all internalize it, and then we will do it together, and we will do it every time we have to do announcements, all right? So this is how it goes. Ready? Announcements, announcements, announcements. Tamika has another one, another one, another one. Tamika has another one. She has them all the time. Announcements, announcements, announcements. Okay, ready? All right. Everybody together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Announcements, announcements, announcements. Tamika has another one, another one, another one. Tamika has another one. She has them all the time. Announcements, announcements, announcements. Great job.
Woo! So yes, Tom, as you mentioned, we've had a terrific day.
Terrific.
We started with getting to know our house teams. And you can cheer more. You can cheer more. You can cheer more. We got to hear about the state of our org, the direction that we're going in. We got to meet with our race-based learning groups for lunch. We had some celebrations going on.
So lots of celebrations.
Found out about people getting married, getting houses, renovations. I didn't
Lots
know any
going
of
on,
this.
yeah.
Some of this stuff, again, if you go on Slack and let us know, then we can know. Then, we just had that great fireside chat. And you know what? I'm using this great little handbook that we had that Rooney put so much hard work in.
Let's go,
Where is
Rooney.
he? Where is he? Oh, he disappeared. But I'm looking in the back. I took my notes. I was like, innovative but consistent. Okay. We're not saviors. So when we go into these schools, we're not trying to save people. We're trying to enhance the greatness that's already going on. Did you hear about like that co-design and attend to power dynamics? That sounds like some of the stuff we were talking about in our anti-racism session.
Yes.
So hey, like you guys better take your notes and take some of these nuggets back to think about. So just keep that in mind. So as we get into our reminders, dinner is on your own tonight. I know some people have already made their plans, but you know what? There's not a lot of restaurants in this book, but I saw some places in this book that you may want to venture out to and eat.
Lots of good recommendations.
Use your books. And then afterwards, so go to dinner. You only have a $35 budget, or is it? Don't go over your budget. Don't go. We've had breakfast. We've had lunch. Don't go over your dinner budget. Then the party's going to begin. Who likes to party? Who likes to party?
Where my partiers at?
See, we're going to party tonight. We are going to have some rooms starting at 7 o'clock. Now, some of us may want to do like the quiet party. We may just want to do like some little board games.
Love my board games.
You know, some trivia, things like, well, no, trivia may not be quiet, Michael. I don't know. Trivia is not going to be quiet. But we're going to have some room. So in Gallery 8, we're going to have Jose and Jade leading us in some party games.
All right, let's give it up for Jose and Jade.
We're going to have our trivia by Michael.
Give it up for Michael Kuhn.
Hey, William, are you going to that room? Because you're like a master at trivia. He's not even listening to me. Are you going to the trivia room, William? Are you going to the trivia room? Oh, that starts at 8, so you can get some trivia first. Hey, we're going to have a crafting room. Can I tell them what they're doing, Livette, in the crafting room? We get to tie-dye. I'm so excited about tie-dye.
Who likes to tie-dye?
Who likes to tie-dye? And then you can do all that stuff and still go to the movie room at 8 and watch Major Payne. We're going to have some snacks there. Not food, not dinner, but some snacks. So we're going to have some s'mores, some ice cream. Tom, I heard there was a signature drink.
I heard there was a signature drink as well. I'm looking forward to that.
I heard you may get a drink ticket. So just come enjoy. Come enjoy.
Yes.
Everybody in every room.
Yes, everybody gets a drink ticket.
Yes, everyone gets one, maybe 2. I don't know, but don't go
2 drink tickets? We
See,
doubled the number of drink tickets from yesterday?
2. So.
Okay, nice.
Come back, have some fun with us, but remember, we got to come back tomorrow. And we're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to come back tomorrow on time, because what do we get if we come on time?
Points.
You get points for your team. And if we look at that scoreboard, I don't think everyone got points for being on time today. So, hey.
Oh.
I know the Black Ball Eagles did. So, hey, we did. And most importantly, you need to wear your fabulous blue shirts tomorrow. You said, like, the retreat doesn't take feedback. They took your feedback. We have some awesome shirts tomorrow that are blue. So wear your blue shirts. We're going to have our great team picture. And I think the only other thing that we have to do is complete your team survey by 11:59, not 12, 11:59. Because what can you get if you complete those for your team?
Points.
Points. Yay. So we hope you guys had a great day. Go relax, go eat some food, and join us back tonight for the celebrations.
All right. Thanks, y'all.